Chapter 935. The Northern King had seriously injured that 9-star Daoist with a single strike. This powerful deterrence caused everyone present to be shocked. Chen Zhen, Qin Yun, and the other factions who had a grudge with Xiao Yan had an especially gloomy expression on their faces at this moment. This was especially true for Qin Yun. The one who had been seriously injured by the Northern King earlier was his subordinate. However, from the looks of it, that fellow would no longer have the fate to enter this old tomb. A seriously injured 9-star Daoist would require a very long period of time just to recover from his injuries. The environment of this ancient tomb was extremely dangerous. Adding this to the other factions, his seriously injured body would sooner or later become a burden to them. Moreover, even if Qin Yun agreed to continue bringing him along, this fellow beside him would definitely not agree. However, the thing that caused Qin Yun to feel the most solemn was the Northern King, who had swallowed the lightning dragon. From the looks of that strike earlier, the Northern King's strength was likely comparable to an intermediate 9-star Daoist. Such strength, in addition to Xiao Yan, was sufficient to shake any faction present. Qin Yun's expression involuntarily became even more green when he thought of this. He had not expected that Xiao Yan's fighting strength would soar to such an extent within half a year. If he was unable to kill Xiao Yan during this trip to the old tomb, Xiao Yan would definitely become a great threat to him in the near future. The greater the strength that Xiao Yan possessed, the greater the threat he posed to them. Xiao Yan was the first person who had caused Qin Yun to feel such a threat since he was born. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body flashed. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing beside the Northern King. His gaze swept over the crowd below. When he saw the green faces of Qin Yun's group, he involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. His gaze quickly landed on the Northern King. The Northern King's fighting strength had clearly increased after swallowing this lightning dragon. Although it had reached the intermediate 9-star Daoist level, it was obvious that the lightning strength within its body had yet to be fully absorbed and refined. Xiao Yan was still unable to control the enormous lightning energy contained within the lightning dragon's body in the lightning tunnel. However, Xiao Yan believed that with the Northern King's unique physique, he would be able to refine all of the lightning energy in the near future. At that time, the Northern King's strength would rise once again. With this thought in mind, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. From the looks of it, this trip to the Tianzhu ancient tomb was already worth it. Not only had his strength stabilized at the mid-6-star Daoist realm, but the Northern King had also reached the level of a 9-star Daoist. With such a combination, Xiao Yan believed that as long as he did not encounter an origin transformation expert, he would be able to guarantee his safety. With a thought, Xiao Yan stored the North King into his storage ring. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the open door of the hall. Behind the stone door, Xiao Yan could see some buildings. However, the group had not stepped in yet, so they could not see clearly. The tip of Xiao Yan's foot pressed against the empty air. His body did not hesitate at all as he charged through the door of the hall. Tianzhu was the strongest person in the western region. Xiao Yan was not worried that there would be any hidden danger within his ancient tomb. Just like the lightning tunnel and the lightning dragon that they had met earlier, any mechanism would be completely placed in front of them. This was the pride of a strong person. They would disdain to use such despicable methods. Xiao Yan was not worried about Tianzhu being the strongest person in the western region. After Xiao Yan entered, everyone behind him also entered in a single file. It was as though they were afraid that Xiao Yan would sweep away all the treasures within. Chen Zhen and the others exchanged glances with each other, after which, their bodies moved and entered the large hall in front of them. Once everyone passed through the door, everything in front of them gradually became clear. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the people from the major factions could not help but click their tongues in amazement. At the front of the group, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes to look at the vast and boundless buildings in front of him. He was also shocked. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a vast underground city that stretched as far as the eye could see. The boundless buildings extended to the end of their line of sight. Every building was displayed in a different posture. Although it had experienced nearly 1,000 years of history, the buildings did not decay due to the erosion of time. Instead, they appeared ancient and awe-inspiring. Such magnificent buildings could be said to be peerless. In the entire world, there was probably no other city that could compare to them. As for the crowd that had rushed in, they hurriedly spread out. After glancing around with greedy eyes, they hurriedly rushed into the buildings and could not wait to search for the treasures in the ancient tomb. Looking at the crowd, Xiao Yan sighed and shook his head. He could not help but feel pity for this ancient city. Immediately after, Xiao Yan turned his gaze and immediately recognized the path. He looked straight ahead. There, in the center of the entire city, was a straight and wide street that seemed to be specially made to lead the way for them. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not hesitate. He followed the street and flew forward at an extremely fast speed. He hoped to pass through the city in the shortest amount of time. This time, Xiao Yan's goal was extremely clear. He only wanted to obtain the soul source energy and the other part of the origin returning art that Tianju had left behind. As for the cultivation inheritance, although Xiao Yan was also interested, he clearly knew that there would be many experts who would enter the ancient tomb this time around. Once they saw the cultivation inheritance of Tianju, they would definitely fight. Under such circumstances, even Xiao Yan had no choice but to retreat. Hence, the chances of obtaining the soul source energy and the origin returning art were greater. At the same time, they were also the most attractive to Xiao Yan. After all, these two things were crucial to Xiao Xian's resurrection. Even if he did not want the Dou Qi inheritance, Xiao Yan must obtain the soul source energy and the origin returning art. Chen Zhen, Wu Jigen and the rest frowned slightly when they saw Xiao Yan's impatient manner. Their bodies moved and they led the experts from their respective sects as they hurriedly gave chase. Behind them, Yi Luotian slowly passed through the stone door. Just as he entered, the black-robed person beside Qin Yun exchanged glances with him without batting an eyelid. At the same time, Yi Luotian's sleeves fluttered in a strange manner. However, he did not alarm anyone around him. Behind him, over a dozen long-robed sect members whose faces could not be seen clearly quickly followed and entered the stone door. What should we do with this fellow? At this moment, Qin Yun's attention was focused on the seriously injured 9-star Dou Di. The latter had already fainted. His aura had already dropped to the extreme. If he was not treated, it was likely that he would die at any moment. Oh, this fellow, huh? What is the point of keeping a person who is about to die? But he is after all me, Qi. Qin Yun frowned when he heard the hoarse voice of the black-robed person. Before the words from his mouth sounded, the black-robed person waved his large sleeve. A strange suction force surged out from under his sleeve. Soon after, one could see the seriously injured 9-star Dou Di's body trembling intensely uncontrollably. After which, a somewhat illusionary human figure flew into his sleeve and ceased moving in the blink of an eye. You, young master, there is no need to panic. He is merely a piece of trash. I am merely helping you take him in. Moreover, although you will lose a 9-star Dou Di because of this, you will also obtain an even greater strength at the same time. Qin Yun's expression was green. He was just about to open his mouth when he was stopped by the strange laughter of the black-robed person. What do you mean by these words? Qin Yun frowned tightly. A 9-star Dou Di was something that even he could not afford to lose. Yet, this fellow actually dared to make sarcastic remarks here. If it was not because he was afraid of the latter's strength, it was likely that he would not have been able to endure it. Humph humph, now is still not the time. You will know not long later. However, before that, it is best that we follow that group of people. Otherwise, if we lose them, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. Qin Yun was initially startled when he heard this. He turned his gaze and saw that Chen Zhen's group was about to disappear from the edge of his sight. Only then did he viciously glare at the black-robed person. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He swung his sleeves violently and led Yen He and the other two behind him as they hurriedly gave chase. After which, the black-robed person watched Qin Yun's back. The face under the black robe that was covered by the mask revealed a strange smile. After which, he moved and followed closely behind. Just as the black-robed person followed a few steps behind, two figures wearing black robes slowly stepped in from outside the stone door. Two pairs of eyes under the black robes stared intently at the back of the black-robed person. A glint flickered deep within their eyes. As the human flow continued to enter, an old man wearing a white robe was following behind a handsome young man who was also wearing a white robe. The few people following behind them were also wearing similar outfits. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that there was a clan emblem on their chests. The picture on the clan emblem looked like a bird spreading its wings and soaring, appearing extremely domineering. At this moment, this group of people was stepping into this place with slightly faster footsteps. Numerous gazes swept in all directions, appearing to be searching for something. Young master, that Xiao Yan does not appear to be staying here. Beside the young man, the white-robed old man's turbid eyes swept across the huge city in front of him. Surprise flashed across his eyes, but at the same time, he did not see Xiao Yan's figure, who had already disappeared into the distance. He immediately frowned and reported to the young man beside him. "Don't stop. Go straight to the main hall. He must be there." Hearing this, the young man's eyes immediately narrowed. An ice-cold glint flashed across the depths of his sky-blue eyes. Immediately after, his body moved. The few people behind him walked into the air together with him. They followed the straight street in front of them and quickly flew towards the depths of the ancient tomb. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 936. The vastness of the city seemed to have far exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. By the time he regained his senses, the noise behind him had already disappeared. As for the tall stone door, it had also disappeared without a trace. Until a certain moment, a change suddenly occurred in the straight streets of the city that stretched as far as the eye could see. The street that was originally straight to the end suddenly split in the middle and split into 5 different streets. Xiao Yan's body also stopped in front of these 5 streets. Sweeping his gaze across these 5 streets, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. In his heart, he recalled what Tianying had said to him back then. Within the Tianju ancient tomb, there were 3 different halls. The lifetime of Tianju's cultivation was also split into 3 and sealed in a hall. The method to open the hall was to use the skill that Tianju was famous for. However, looking at these 5 streets in front of him, Xiao Yan could imagine that the path that led to the 3 halls should be among these 5 streets. However, it was a little troublesome to find the correct hall from among them. Even though only 2 of these 5 streets were fake, there was still the risk of making a mistake if one was not careful. Once Chen Zhen's group managed to seize the opportunity, regardless of whether it was the Do Qi inheritance, the spiritual source strength, or the return to source skill, he might miss all of them by the skin of his teeth. Regardless of how small the chances were, he could not afford to make a mistake. Sweeping his gaze back and forth across the 5 streets in front of him, Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knit together. He did not know how to choose in his heart. Once he made the wrong choice, it was extremely likely that it would result in an irreversible outcome. He could not afford to make a mistake. However, under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, these 5 streets did not have any unusual energy ripples. In other words, if he wanted to accurately find the hall where the Do Qi inheritance was located, other than relying on his intuition and luck, there was no other possibility. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank. Although the chances of making a mistake were very small, he could not afford to make any mistakes. However, the current situation was that other than relying on luck, there was nothing else he could do. There seemed to be a special restriction within this space. His spiritual strength was blocked when it spread to 1,000 feet around him. This also caused Xiao Yan to be unable to find the end of these 5 streets. The restriction of his spiritual strength caused Xiao Yan's heart to become even heavier. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's dark black eyes focused slightly. A weak spiritual ripple was transmitted from the storage ring. Immediately, Xiao Yan's spirit, Xiao Xian's soul. At this moment, the unusual spiritual fluctuation had spread out from this place. Buzz, just as Xiao Yan was overjoyed, Xiao Xian's soul in the jade bottle once again emitted an extremely weak spiritual ripple. From the looks of it, it seemed to be attracted by something. It was not difficult to guess that in this ancient tomb, the only things that could attract Xiao Xian's spiritual strength should be esteemed Tianju's spiritual origin energy and the returnance technique. Although the spiritual ripple emitted from Xiao Yan's soul was extremely weak, he was still able to accurately capture it with his powerful spiritual strength as a rank 4 alchemist. Xiao Yan followed the direction in which the thread of spiritual ripple was spreading and looked over. Very quickly, he confirmed 3 streets. Instantly, a joyous smile appeared on Xiao Yan's solemn face a moment ago. Forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened as he looked at the 3 streets. As if on purpose, the 3 streets that led to the halls were the streets on the left, right, and center. As for the 2 streets in the center, they were fake. After finding the exact location of the 3 halls, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, then turned around and chose the street on the left. In order to avoid those who decisively chose to barge in, Xiao Yan felt that it was safer to take the side streets. Since he had already chosen the direction, Xiao Yan's figure quickly disappeared. After a while, Chen Zhen and the others arrived. Faced with 5 different paths, the few people who arrived one after another hesitated. Being unaware of the truth, they had even more misgivings in their hearts than Xiao Yan. The result was just as Xiao Yan had expected. Most people decisively chose to go all the way to the end. Only a small number of people chose the other paths. However, the fortunate thing was that no one was interested in the path that Xiao Yan was on. Until a certain moment, a group of people led by a young man arrived at the fork in the road. "Young master, Xiao Yan has removed his aura. This subordinate is unable to determine where he has gone." The white-robed old man beside the young man frowned. Finally, he helplessly opened his mouth. "Ah, since I have come to look for you, I have naturally thought of this." The young man smiled indifferently when he heard this. He extended his hand and the storage ring on his finger flickered. Immediately, a green-colored jade tablet appeared in the young man's hand. If Xiao Yan was present at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this green-colored jade tablet was a Qi Hanyu. According to what he knew, other than Lung Bingshuang, only Murong Qianxian and himself possessed this thing. Qi Hanyu appeared in the young man's hand. The young man poured some Do Qi into his palm. Soon after, an unknown energy ripple immediately spread from it. The young man's eyes followed it and looked over. At a glance, he identified the street on the left. That was also the direction where Xiao Yan was located. "Humph, give chase. Today, I want to see just how capable you are." The young man let out a cold cry. The group of people beside him immediately flew swiftly toward the street on the left. The young man ceased hesitating. His body moved and he quickly followed. An hour later, Xiao Yan's forward-flying body finally came to a stop. At this moment, an ancient hall with a tightly shut stone door appeared in front of him. There was no need to think too much. This was definitely the place where the Do Qi inheritance of Tianju was sealed. However, compared to this, Xiao Yan was more curious about whether the spiritual essence strength and the return to source skill would also exist in this place. Xiao Yan's body moved as this thought flashed across his heart. The sky extinction step was unleashed on the empty ground in front of this large hall. Soon after, the tightly shut stone door in front of him appeared to have sensed something. It slowly opened in front of Xiao Yan's fiery hot gaze. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 937. The stone door of the large hall slowly opened and Xiao Yan's field of vision gradually expanded. When the stone door was completely opened, what appeared in front of Xiao Yan was an enormous empty palace. The interior of the palace was extremely large and spacious. Only in the deepest part of the large palace was one able to see an enormous stone chair. It was perfectly fitted to the wall behind it. At a glance, it appeared as though the original wall had been chiseled away and the chair had been carved from it. It was not difficult to imagine that the stone chair was the seat of the owner of this tomb, Tianju. However, at this moment, there was not a speck of dust on the stone chair and not a single person could be seen. Even Tianju's skeleton was nowhere to be seen. From the looks of it, Tianju's skeleton did not exist here. Xiao Yan was not concerned about this. He was only curious about Tianju's spiritual source strength and the Guiyuan art. That was all. After taking a few steps into the large hall, Xiaoyan immediately saw a huge energy cluster floating at the center of the large hall. Xiaoyan's intervention caused the originally motionless cluster of light to emit some energy ripples. Hum hum hum. A slight buzzing sound was emitted and a majestic energy aura swept out from the energy cluster of light and blasted toward Xiaoyan. Although this energy aura appeared weak when it was blasted out, even with Xiaoyan's mental strength, the expression on his face could not help but change. Although this aura could not be considered strong, its strength was something that even Xiaoyan could not underestimate. Hum. Xiaoyan raised both of his arms and the dou qi in his body swiftly surged. Soon after, he blocked the energy aura with some difficulty. At the moment when he blocked it, Xiaoyan could not help but take half a step back. From this, one could see just how strong this aura was. Is it a dou qi inheritance? Since that is the case, where is Tianju's spiritual source strength? Xiaoyan muttered to himself as he scanned the entire hall with his eyes. However, even after scanning the entire hall, he was unable to find any power related to the soul, let alone the returnance art. Is it not here? Immediately, a suspicious thought surfaced in Xiaoyan's mind. If the spiritual source energy and the origin returning art were not here, where would they be? Could it be in the other two halls? If esteemed Lord Tianju's idea was to let the fated obtain it, then it was not impossible. However, if that was the case, then wouldn't esteemed Lord Tianju's soul source and the origin returning technique fall into the hands of others? Not good, I have to return immediately. Shocked, Xiaoyan ignored the battle chi inheritance in front of him and turned around, intending to leave this place. However, in the next moment, the instant Xiaoyan turned around, a group of people dressed in long white robes swiftly poured in from the entrance of the hall behind him. The two thick stone doors were also tightly shut after these people entered. For some unknown reason, Xiaoyan's heart suddenly sank. At the same time, he raised his eyes and looked at the group of people in front of him. The person leading them was actually a young man who was slightly older than him. At this moment, when Xiaoyan looked at the young man, the latter was also staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. Even the eyes of the group of people behind him were similarly ice-cold. Seeing this, Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. The corner of his eyes glanced at the dou qi inheritance in the hall behind him. After which, he looked at the group of people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The few of you, I can give you the dou qi inheritance in this hall. However, I want to leave this place now. I wonder if you can make it convenient for me?" While speaking, Xiaoyan's gaze landed on the young man who was leading the group. His gaze stared intently at the latter. He could tell that the one who was truly in charge of this group was this young man. Hence, whether he could get these people to make way and leave this place depended on this young man's decision. "You are Xiaoyan?" Although the young man had already confirmed the latter's identity, he still could not help but ask. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's heart sank. These people were indeed targeting him. However, he had only just met them at this moment. Moreover, the other party could not even completely confirm his identity. He had never met them before this. How could he have any enmity with them? "Answer my question." The young man's voice sank as he cried out with a frown. Faced with this unprovoked hostility, Xiaoyan also felt some anger in his heart. He was currently in a hurry to leave. Where would he find the time to delay with them? Immediately, his voice sank as he similarly cried out in a low voice, "I am Xiaoyan. However, this seems to be the first time that I have met all of you. If there is nothing else, I hope that all of you can move aside. I can allow all of you to take away the dou qi inheritance in this hall. Since you admit that you are Xiaoyan, then beat him up. Teach him a good lesson." However, the young man did not act as Xiaoyan had imagined. After confirming the identity of the person in front of him, the young man waved his arm and pointed his delicate finger at Xiaoyan. At the same time, a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. The dou qi in his body surged. The group of people behind him also charged toward Xiaoyan. The group of 13 people included 2 9-star dou di, 4 8-star dou di, and 6 7-star dou di. As for the young man, perhaps it was because he was wearing some kind of special accessory, but Xiao Yan was unable to confirm the latter's cultivation before exchanging blows with him. If it was an ordinary time, Xiao Yan would definitely withdraw as much as he could when faced with 13 high-class Do Di at the same time. However, the current situation left Xiao Yan with no way out. If he wanted to leave this place, not only could he not retreat, but he also needed to finish off this group of people in front of him within a short period of time. With a flick of his finger, a purple-gold glow immediately appeared beside him. The Northern King, whose strength had just broken through to the intermediate 9-star Do Di level, had met with a tough battle at this moment. I still have something to do. Let's end this quickly. With a low cry, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. The Do Qi in his body surged. His body and the Northern King by his side shot out explosively at the same time. They went all out and met the 13 elite Do Di head-on. Although these people were already aware of Xiao Yan's cultivation level, they did not see the scene of Xiao Yan killing Jianming with a punch despite having seen the Northern King swallow the lightning dragon and leaping to become a 9-star Do Di. Hence, this group of 13 high-class Do Di still knew that Xiao Yan's fighting strength was that of a 6-star Do Di. This would definitely give them a great surprise. Chapter 938. What shameless boasting! Even if this puppet of yours has the strength of a 9-star Do Di, you are overestimating its strength if you wish to deal with us. A white-robed old man from the group of elite Dode immediately laughed coldly when he heard the words that were emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, his body shook and the speed at which he charged forward immediately became even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The other 9-star Do Di flew and blocked in front of the Northern King. His sharp attacks smashed toward the latter. They did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of a 9-star Do Di puppet. Xiao Yan looked at the old man who was being soaked in hot water. A feeling of doubt involuntarily rose in his heart. At such a close distance, he was able to clearly sense the repulsion and enmity in the latter's eyes. However, that kind of enmity seemed to be far from the point of wanting to get rid of him. In other words, it was just as the young man had said. Their aim was really to teach him a lesson and not to kill him. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt even more surprised when he thought of this in his heart. Brat, you dare to be distracted when facing a 9-star Do Di. Are you seeking death? The old man cried out sternly. His raised hand suddenly smashed down toward Xiao Yan. Powerful Do Qi carried circular invisible ripples in the surrounding empty space. It was about to land on Xiao Yan's shoulder. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's body suddenly twisted. The shriveled hand of the old man brushed past Xiao Yan's shoulder and quietly turned a corner of his black robe into pieces. What? Why is this brat's speed? The old man's heart was startled. At such a close distance, even he would have difficulty dodging. However, Xiao Yan in front of him was actually able to do it so easily. This really caused him to be shocked. However, the thing that caused him to be even more shocked was yet to come. Bang! Just as the old man was feeling shocked by Xiao Yan's reaction speed, Xiao Yan's hand had unknowingly landed on his shoulder. Soon after, an enormous force surged out from Xiao Yan's palm. With just one strike, the old man's body was forced back. At the same time, Xiao Yan's other hand was also raised. His body twisted left and right, dodging the attacks of the few elite Do Di. After which, both of his palms were extended. Either a punch or a palm, he forced the 10 elite Do Di that were charging toward him. Were forced back. 10 high-class Do Di. This kind of lineup could be considered a top-notch lineup in the outside world. They were existences that could do whatever they wanted in the entire Western region. However, at this moment, they were unable to even block a single punch in Xiao Yan's hands. Under the situation where the Force Elephant skill and Do Qi were used together, Xiao Yan's fighting strength was already not inferior to a 9-star Do Di. His frightening physical body, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person, caused each of his punches to be filled with strength. Unless it was a 9-star Do Di, any elite Do Di below that level was destined to be unable to withstand a single punch from Xiao Yan. As for the old man from earlier, if he had not underestimated Xiao Yan's fighting strength, he would not have ended up being forced back by Xiao Yan with just one strike. Unfortunately, his absolute confidence in himself and the disdain he felt for Xiao Yan from the bottom of his heart caused him to pay the price. At the same time, the 9-star Do Di, who was fighting with the Northern King in the battleground on the other side, had an ashen expression on his old face at this moment. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched repeatedly. He did not expect that this puppet in front of him would be so frightening. Even with his strength as an intermediate 9-star Do Di, he was not able to gain the slightest advantage in a fight with it. Instead, he was shocked to discover that the strength of the Northern King was increasing with each collision. It seemed to be showing signs of breaking through to the advanced 9-star Do Di class. Damn it, isn't this thing a little too monstrous? Old ghost, what are all of you doing? Quickly, that brat! The old man let out a soft curse in his mouth. He had just turned his head and looked in the direction where Xiao Yan was at when the curse that had yet to leave his mouth was immediately shocked by Xiao Yan's frightening fighting strength. Even his repeatedly dodging body could not help but become slightly sluggish. The Northern King caught this moment of distraction. By the time the old man recovered from his shock, the Northern King's fist had violently smashed into the old man's chest. Bang! The old man's face paled after a low and deep thump sounded. A trace of blood involuntarily flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His body also flew back involuntarily. Soon after, he was stopped by the old man. After confirming that his injuries were not serious, all of them turned their solemn eyes to the Northern King. Xiao Yan had sent a 7-star Do Di flying with a palm in midair. After which, he withdrew his gaze. His eyes turned and landed on the white-robed, young man. The expression on his face had also recovered its calmness. I won't kill them. Now, you should move aside. Xiao Yan's tone was calm. However, it was not difficult to hear the trace of impatience contained within it. His heart was still concerned about the spiritual essence strength and the return to source skill. He really did not wish to stay any longer. The young man's face involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when he heard this. However, he did not move aside. Instead, he raised his arm and extended his hand toward Xiao Yan. Immediately, his 5 fingers slowly clenched tightly. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot the moment his hand clenched into a fist. The next time he appeared, he was already in front of Xiao Yan. A fist violently smashed toward the latter's face. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. This white-clothed, fluttering young man was actually a 9-star Do Di. Such speed could be considered one of the best among most 9-star Do Di. However, the person he was facing was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan raised his hand the moment the young man's body appeared. He flipped his hand and blocked the young man's punch. Soon after, he rotated his wrist and it landed on the latter's left shoulder. Bang! However, the young man's body emitted a bang the moment Xiao Yan's hand landed. It turned into fog and swiftly disappeared. Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled. He could not help but feel surprised. The young man's speed was actually so fast that even he was unable to catch him? It should be known that under the cover of a powerful spiritual strength, it was impossible for the young man to completely dodge regardless of how fast he was. However, at that moment, the latter's aura had completely disappeared from Xiao Yan's spiritual strength detection. In other words, the reason why the young man was able to dodge his attack was not because of his speed. Instead, it was because, Great Way Energy It is really surprising. Great Way Energy. Xiao Yan immediately guessed that other than his void Great Way, there was another Great Way Energy that could display such shocking speed. It was the Great Way of Wind. Soon after, just as Xiao Yan discovered the Great Way Energy that the young man had used, a palm suddenly landed on Xiao Yan's back. Soon after, a powerful force suddenly gushed out. Chi! This time around, it was the young man's turn to miss. What? You are not the only one who can control the Great Way Energy. A faint voice sounded beside the young man's ear. At the same time, an icy cold palm landed on the young man's neck. Chapter 939. Everything that happened in the hall seemed to take a long time to describe. However, in reality, the battle only lasted for a few minutes. In order to resolve the problem in front of him as soon as possible, Xiao Yan did not hold back at all this time. Other than the fact that his injuries were not fatal, his attack speed and strength could be described as terrifying to the people in front of him. In front of the tightly shut stone door, Xiao Yan's hand grabbed the young man's neck from behind. Fighting chi gathered in his palm. Even though he did not plan to kill this guy, he did not mind killing him if the latter dared to do anything excessive. After all, he already had many enemies. There was no harm in adding one more. The power of the Great Way? I did not expect you to be able to control the power of the Great Way. However, do you think that you can control me just like that? Being controlled by Xiao Yan, the young man laughed coldly. With a thought, he wanted to use the power of the Great Way to escape from Xiao Yan's hand. Swoosh! After escaping from Xiao Yan's hand, the young man's face was cold. He flew backwards and immediately stood in the void not far away from Xiao Yan. He looked at Xiao Yan with a cold smile and said coldly, Up until now, no one has been able to truly control me. Even if you can place your hand on my neck, you can't. Is that so? Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled mockingly. There was an inexplicable meaning in his words. What do you mean? The young man's face sank. He had a bad feeling. However, looking at the situation before him, his worries were unnecessary. Haven't you noticed that you are still surrounded by my power of the Great Way since the beginning? What did you say? Xiao Yan smiled faintly. However, the young man's expression changed drastically in an instant. He turned his gaze. At the same time, 6 tents appeared in the void around him. They quickly gathered and surrounded the young man. Under Xiao Yan's control, the young man returned to Xiao Yan under the control of the Great Way of the Void. Damn it, what time is this? The young man was shocked. He frantically mobilized the power of the Great Path in an attempt to break free from the control of the 6 tents. However, he was not so lucky every time. Under the control of Xiao Yan's Great Way of the Void, the Great Way strength that he could control was not enough to allow him to escape. His continuous struggle would only cause the 6 tents that were tightly wrapped around his body to become even more restrained, causing him even greater pain. I think you should save your strength. Even if you have also grasped the power of the Great Way from your appearance earlier, you should have only comprehended it not long ago. I think your Great Way of Wind can only be used 6 times at most. With just that, you are unable to break free from my Great Way of Void. Xiao Yan said with a smile when he saw the young man trying to resist. What? The Great Tao of Void? You have comprehended the Great Tao of Void. The young man originally thought that Xiao Yan could guess that he had only comprehended the power of the Great Way for a short period of time. This was already shocking enough, but when he heard that the Great Way that Xiao Yan controlled was the Great Way of the Void, the shock in his heart grew even more. The power of the Great Way was the most difficult power to control in the world. It was far more powerful than Battle Chi and Genesis Chi and couldn't be tolerated by the human body. Among all the different attributes of the Great Way of the world, the Great Way of the Void was ranked at the forefront. The Great Way of the Void was far more powerful than the Great Way of Wind. Whether it was in terms of power or speed, the Great Way of the Void could be said to be crushing. At this moment, the young man finally understood why the Great Way of the Great Way that he was so proud of was so useless in front of Xiao Yan. On the other side, the 2 elders and the injured Do Di hurriedly surrounded Xiao Yan when they saw that their young master was being controlled by Xiao Yan. As for the North King, he returned to Xiao Yan's side under his control. His empty eyes constantly scanned the surrounding people, and the murderous aura that seeped out from his body made everyone shudder. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily brightened as his gaze swept across the North King's body. From the flickering black lightning on the North King's body, it could be seen that the lightning power accumulated in his body was rapidly being refined and absorbed. Perhaps it was because of the battle earlier, but the speed at which the lightning was being refined and integrated in the North King's body had increased significantly. This made Xiao Yan pleasantly surprised. Although Xiao Yan had yet to find the spiritual essence strength and the origin returning skill, this was quite a good piece of news for him. Kid, we have indeed underestimated your strength. However, I still have to tell you that he is someone you cannot kill. If you kill him, you will definitely regret it. The white-robed elder, who had attacked Xiao Yan earlier, stared at Xiao Yan with a grave expression and spoke in an extremely low voice after stopping the few people beside him who could not resist attacking. Xiao Yan merely smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard this. He had really heard too many of such words. He had also done a countless number of things that went against this result. Hence, Xiao Yan did not pay any heed to the old man's threatening words. Of course, he would not really kill the young man because of this. It was just as he had suspected in his heart. Although this group of people had enmity toward him, it was not to the extent that they had to kill him. Hence, rather than killing them, Xiao Yan was more curious as to why this group of people had attacked him. I do not know whether I will regret it if I kill him. However, I am certain that if you do not tell me who you are and why you have come to find trouble with me, he will definitely die. Xiao Yan's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the elder in front of him. His expression contained a stern expression. When the latter heard these words, he stared at him with a gloomy expression. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and spoke in a low voice. "Brat, do you still remember Wuxia and Xianxia?" The expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly stilled when the elder's words left his mouth. At the same time, his mind involuntarily recalled the exquisite young lady whom he had met when he had first entered the Shilin mountain range. After these years, it was likely that the latter had already grown to become increasingly slim and elegant. "Xianxia? I wonder how that girl has been all these years." Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. His heart involuntarily felt some regret at how quickly time had passed. However, what does this matter have to do with Xianxia? Xiao Yan frowned. The dou qi in his body involuntarily began to circulate. If this matter was disadvantageous to Wuxia and Xianxia, he would immediately make a move and kill everyone present. The one who is currently being restrained by you is called Wuxia and Xian. He is Miss Xianxian's blood brother. Chapter 940. As he absent-mindedly stared at the city below, Xiao Yan's figure rapidly dashed through the streets. His heart was in a mess. Just now, after hearing Wuxia and Xian's general description, he finally understood why the latter had attacked him. A few years ago, ever since Wuxia and Xianxia had been brought back to the clan by her fourth uncle, Wuxia Hao, that girl had been depressed all day long. She seemed to have something on her mind and was no longer as lively as before. If it was in the past, such a quiet girl would definitely make her father and brother feel gratified. After all, Wuxia and Xianxia was someone who could not stay idle. Even in the clan, other than her father and brother, everyone else would be somewhat afraid of her when they saw her. However, after returning to the clan this time, Wuxia and Xianxia suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. This caused her father and brother to involuntarily feel worried. This kind of situation continued for over a couple of months. In the end, Wuxia and Xianxia, who did not like to train, for some unknown reason, shut herself into the training room specially provided by the clan. She stayed there for a couple of years. Not long ago, Wuxia and Xianxia finally exited from her long seclusion. Soon after, however, before her brother and father could relax, this girl had disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time, even the clan elders were unable to discover any traces of the latter's disappearance. Only now did her fourth uncle, Wuxia Hao, inform the father and son about Xiao Yan's matter. At the same time that the two of them were shocked, they hurriedly dispatched people to search for Wuxia and Xianxia. Wuxia and Xian's group was here to search for Wuxia and Xianxia. Even their trip to the ancient tomb this time around, other than searching for Xiao Yan, was also to search for Wuxia and Xianxia. However, they only realized that the girl did not appear to be here when they arrived. In this way, Xiao Yan had also become their target. Unfortunately, they had truly underestimated Xiao Yan's strength. Due to their carelessness, they had been so easily dealt with by Xiao Yan. If it was not for the fact that both parties had no intention to kill, Wuxia and Xian's group would have already turned into a pile of corpses. After hearing this news, Xiao Yan left the hall with a heart full of melancholy. He decided to look for Wuxia and Xianxia after this trip to the ancient tomb. However, before that he still needed to find esteemed Tianju's soul source energy and the other scroll of the origin returning technique. Very quickly, Xiao Yan once again arrived in front of the 5 forked roads. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan directly charged into the middle of the street. Whether or not he could find those two things would depend on this time. At the same time, in another hall, many figures were standing in a disorderly manner. They glanced at each other vigilantly, and no one dared to act rashly. In the center of the crowd, a huge ball of energy was floating slowly. When everyone looked at this ball of energy, their eyes were filled with greed. It seems that there is nothing else in this hall. This Dou-Qi inheritance should be the precious treasure left behind by Tianju. Hehe, if we can devour and refine the Dou-Qi inheritance of an origin transformation expert, won't we be able to create a supreme expert out of thin air? How ignorant. What origin transformation expert? Esteemed Tianju was a true returnance expert when he was at the peak of his cultivation. It was only after reaching returnance that he chose to seclude himself. After that, he completely vanished from the continent. You bunch of unambitious people actually believe that he was an origin transformation expert. How foolish. Although Chen Zhen's words were filled with disdain, they did not cause any commotion when they reached the ears of the surrounding people. Instead, a wave of shock swept through the crowd. Returnance? Did the esteemed Tianju actually become a returnance expert in the past? Voices that were filled with shock swiftly spread throughout the large hall. Chen Zhen's words caused the originally fiery hot gazes of these people to become even hotter at this moment. The flame of greed in their hearts became even more intense. Numerous gazes were filled with an endless longing when they looked at the Dou-Qi inheritance in the square. If they could obtain the Dou-Qi inheritance of a returnance expert and successfully devour and refine it, would that not mean that the Western region would have a very high chance of gaining another origin transformation expert in the near future by borrowing the power of the Dou-Qi inheritance? They would become one of the candidates. Swish. Under the urging of one's greedy heart, there would always be someone who would be unable to resist and act first. As expected, a moment later, a yellow-robed old man suddenly charged out from a certain spot in the crowd. He used a lightning-like speed to fly toward the Dou-Qi inheritance. However, the hunter would shoot the bird that took the lead. The appearance of the old man had caused him to instantly become the target of everyone present. In the blink of an eye, a 7-star Dou-D had been killed by the combined attacks of everyone present. At this moment, the battle in the hall began. Boom, boom. Intense explosions continuously resounded within the hall as human figures flew about. From time to time, experts would be forcefully sent flying from the crowd. There were even some who were attacked by many people at the same time and turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Bright red blood quickly covered the floor of the hall. In the end, other than the few factions and the people from the 3 great sects, there were only a few powerful individual cultivators left in this large hall. They were still unwilling to stay in this place. Among them, the ones who had retained the most strength were naturally the Divine Refining Sect and the Battle Martial Sect. As for Yi Luodian's side, the people behind him had scattered during the battle. The robes that covered their bodies had already fallen to the ground. From the looks of it, it was extremely likely that they had died in the battle earlier. How is it? Do you still plan on fighting with us? At this moment, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian stood side by side. The two of them did not attack each other because there was only one Dou-Qi inheritance present. Instead, they worked together with great teamwork to keep the others at bay. Although the Dou-Qi inheritance appeared extremely powerful, they could still tell that the power within the inheritance was not as great as they had imagined it to be. Just like what they had said before, Tianju was a returnance expert. His cultivation could be said to be the greatest in the history of the Western region, yet the power within the Dou-Qi inheritance was nowhere near the level they had hoped for. When they thought of the 5 paths from before, the 2 sect leaders immediately understood that it was extremely likely that there was more than one Dou-Qi inheritance. In order to maximize their benefits, working together had become an extremely good choice for them. When the remaining factions heard Chen Zhen's words, the greed in their hearts immediately diminished by more than half. In terms of individual strength, they might be able to barely match up to the 2 people in front of them. However, if they were to join forces, they would no longer have any hope. As for working together like Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian, it was even more impossible for the organizations present to do so. There was a difference in strength between them to a certain extent. They did not trust each other in the first place, so the outcome of working together was obvious. As a result, the organizations chose to retreat in the end rather than wasting their efforts. Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian exchanged glances with each other as they watched the few factions gradually withdraw. A satisfied smile surfaced on the corner of their mouths. Immediately, they turned their eyes and looked at the Dou Qi inheritance behind them. Sect leader Wu, as long as we practice, I believe that there are not many organizations in this ancient tomb that can rival us. Chen Zhen smiled with a golden light in his eyes. His words were filled with arrogance. As a 9-star Dou D and a Class 4 formation master, his strength was enough to allow him to stand at the top among experts of the same level. Wu Jitian's forte was his physical strength. With the two of them working together, one attacking and the other defending, they were undoubtedly the best combination. Chen Zhen, I advise you not to be too careless. The background of Qin Yun in this group is frighteningly strong. Even you and I cannot easily become enemies with him. Wu Jitian wore a solemn expression as he shook his head when he heard Chen Zhen's words. Although he appeared to be well-developed, he was definitely not a simple-minded person. Anyone who dared to underestimate him would likely have to pay a hefty price. So what if his father is at the origin transformation stage? As long as we obtain these Dou Qi inheritances, we will also be able to advance to the origin transformation stage. At that time, the western region will no longer be a place where his Qin wasteland maze valley can do whatever he wants. Chen Zhen laughed coldly. His smile appeared extremely ferocious. Even Wu Jitian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Additionally, we have no way of dealing with the most troublesome person. The person Wu Jitian was referring to was naturally Xiao Yan. With the lightning punishment oath as a check, they were not allowed to attack Xiao Yan as long as they were within the ancient tomb. Otherwise, they would definitely be punished by the lightning punishment oath. That kind of power was something that even they would feel terrified of. As long as they were within the ancient tomb, it would feel as if there was a thorn above their heads at all times, watching their every move. This caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable. Once we leave this place, we will definitely make him pay the price in blood. Chen Zhen cursed with a dark and cold expression. However, a moment later, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind the two of them. In my opinion, this place is rather suitable to be your tomb. So, stay here. When the figure appeared, a hoarse voice that was as cold as the water of hell suddenly sounded beside the two of them. At almost the same time, the disciples around the two of them suddenly let out miserable cries. Soon after, the sound of bodies falling to the ground could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the 20 people from the two sects had all been killed. A moment later, when Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian hurriedly regained their senses and retreated, they saw with disbelief that the figure that had appeared behind them was actually Yi Luotian. Chapter 941. Grug. While Chen Zhen and Wu Ji were exclaiming, Yi Luo's 5 fingers were inserted into their chests with a grug sound. A frightening strength immediately spread. Accompanied by a chi-chi sound, the injured areas on their chests were swiftly corroded at a speed that was visible to the eye under the extremely swollen red and distorted expressions of the two of them. Within a couple of breaths, a large patch of flesh on their chests had been forcefully corroded, revealing the dense white bones, scarlet flesh and internal organs underneath. Under the corrosion of that corrosive strength, one could clearly see that even the white bones, which had been exposed to the air, had changed color. Even the hardest bones in a human body appeared to have melted, becoming viscous. In an instant, the 2 9-star Dou D had already turned into seriously injured bodies. The two of them continued to stagger backwards. Finally, they emitted a plop sound as they collapsed onto the ground. Within a short moment, the physical strength of the two of them seemed to have been completely exhausted. They used their Dou Qi to forcefully endure the intense pain that was being transmitted from their bodies while throwing their incomparably terrified eyes at the person who was approaching them step by step, Yi Luotian. At this moment, regardless of how stupid they were, they should have been able to guess that the other party clearly had designs on them. However, they had been kept in the dark by the person in front of them from the beginning until the end. Just when did you, Your cultivation is not that of an 8-star Daoist. The two of them stared at Yi Luotian in front of them with great horror. The fear in their hearts could not be described with words. They had never expected that the person whom they usually looked down upon the most would actually control their life and death today. Moreover, the strength that they were so proud of was completely worthless in the eyes of the latter. TSK, have the both of you finally discovered it? Unfortunately, it is already too late. The old me had already successfully broken through to the 9-star Daoist class a couple of years ago. It is only because I have been waiting for this moment today that I have kept quiet. Originally, I thought that I would be able to kill the three of you with my own hands today. However, I did not expect that useless Jian Ming was unable to even block one punch from Xiao Yan. How useless! Yi Luotian's face was filled with ridicule. The disdain in his words was not hidden at all. Soon after, numerous human figures flew over from behind him. Their expressions were wooden as they stood behind Yi Luotian. Only at this moment did Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian raise their heads to take a look. Only then did they discover that the dozen-plus people standing behind Yi Luotian had frighteningly powerful cultivations. These people were all 9-star Daoist. Moreover, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian more or less knew the faces of these people. Lin Nan, you are the Bloodscale Han Lin Nan? Why are you in his team? While Wu Jitian's eyes were jumping around, he suddenly discovered a familiar-looking person in the group behind Yi Luotian. This Lin Nan that he had mentioned was also a 9-star Daoist. The latter's strength was not inferior to Wu Jitian at his peak. In the past, the two of them could be considered both enemies and friends. They often chatted and laughed with each other. However, this Lin Nan was currently standing behind Yi Luotian like a servant. This really caused Wu Jitian to feel extremely shocked. Lin Nan lowered his head in the face of Wu Jitian's question. In the past, he had some friendly relations with Wu Jitian. Now that the relationship between the two of them had turned into such a state, it was likely that no one was willing to see it. What is going on? What is going on with all of you? All of you are renowned experts within the Western region. Why are all of you actually willing to stand behind him? Wu Jitian was immediately furious when he saw these people lower their heads. A 9-star Daoist would actually reveal such a lowly slave-like appearance. This was really something that he could not imagine. Oh, Lin Nan, it seems that you and sect leader Wu are old acquaintances? At this moment, Yi Luotian turned his gaze towards Lin Nan in the crowd behind him. His face carried a smile. However, this smile caused one's heart to palpitate when one looked at it. Lin Nan did not move, hoping to avoid Yi Luotian's question. Haha, it is fine if you do not wish to speak. Now, I will give you a mission. Yi Luotian smiled ferociously. His bloodthirsty eyes stared at Lin Nan as he slowly said, "Pluck out Wu Jitian's heart." Yes. Lin Nan's body trembled uncontrollably in an instant. Even his breathing involuntarily paused. His entire heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning. He had never imagined that Yi Luotian would be so vicious as to ask him to pluck out Wu Jitian's heart. Such an action was really worse than a beast. Why, are you planning to disobey my orders? Yi Luotian's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw that Lin Nan did not move. A cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. Threads of killing intent swiftly gathered. 1, 2, 3, until 10 breaths later. Suddenly, the trembling Lin Nan let out a miserable shriek. His entire body instantly fell to the ground. His miserable shriek caused everyone's eardrums to explode. His entire body uncontrollably curled up and twitched violently. Fresh blood flowed out from all 7 of his orifices. His aura also rapidly declined. A short moment later, he had completely lost his aura and turned into a corpse. Those 9-star Daoist, who had witnessed everything from the beginning, did not have the slightest intention of stepping forward. Perhaps it was because they had seen a similar situation before and did not dare to step forward in order to protect their own lives. Everyone present only felt a deep fear in their hearts toward Yi Luotian. No one knew just how frightening this seemingly amiable old man was. Do all of you want to give it a try? Yi Luotian's earlier action was to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Losing a 9-star Daoist was nothing to him. The most important thing was that he currently possessed an even greater fighting strength. As long as he was able to control these people better, he would not need to be afraid that they would not listen to him. From the looks of the current situation, his earlier action had undoubtedly obtained an extremely great result. Damn it, Yilun, you are vicious and merciless. You will definitely not have a good ending. Chen Zhen clenched his teeth tightly as he cursed with an unwilling face. Humph, the same goes for you. However, all of you are far too foolish in comparison. You are destined to be unable to become the rulers of this world. The law of this world is that the strong prey on the weak. I am merely following the law and becoming a strong person. This is a necessity. The expression on Yi Luotian's face became increasingly wild and savage as he spoke. All of you are merely pawns in the exchange of the strong. You are not worth mentioning. 2 rays of light suddenly shot out the instant his words sounded. They immediately penetrated the brows of the 2 men. At the same time, the dou qi that had just gathered within their bodies instantly scattered. Humph, trying to self-destruct in front of me. You are really seeking death. Yi Luotian snorted coldly with disdain. His eyes immediately turned and landed on the dou qi inheritance in front of him. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a greedy smile. At the same time, he once again spoke in an icy tone. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Immediately, the 10+9-star dou di behind him once again moved. Yi Luotian had also sent people to seal the stone door of the large hall when he had attacked earlier. Hence, none of the factions present had managed to escape. At this moment, with the combined attack of these 10+9-star dou di, only Yi Luotian's group remained in the large hall in a short moment. Yi Luotian kept the dou qi inheritance and turned his head around. His eyes once again landed on the corpses that littered the ground. With so many corpses, the remnant soul strength was not a weak force. Yi Luotian smiled ferociously. He waved his large sleeve and a strange suction force immediately spread outwards. Soon after, the remaining spiritual essence strength on the corpses within the large hall was completely absorbed into his bag. At the same time, Xiao Yan on the other side had also arrived in front of another large hall. Chapter 942. At this moment, quite a number of people had already gathered in front of the tightly shut heavy stone door. These people were extremely vexed at the fact that this stone door could not be opened. They did not expect that even though they had arrived at the deepest part of the ancient tomb, they would actually need the 3 famous Dou skills of Tianju to open the stone door. Yet, none of the people present possessed them. This resulted in most of the experts leaving this place to search for other ancient tombs with the exception of a small group of people who remained. At the same time, they also hoped to be able to meet up with Chen Zhen's group. However, their hopes were destined to be dashed. It was also at this moment that the black-robed Xiao Yan suddenly arrived. Numerous gazes in front of the stone door immediately looked at the black-robed human figure who was gradually approaching. Soon after, joy surged within everyone's eyes. Xiao Yan, it is Xiao Yan who has arrived. This time, the stone door can be opened. Hee, even if the stone door is opened, will you be able to snatch it? Xiao Yan can even finish off an 8-star dou di with one punch. Xiao Yan's appearance not only gave these people a pleasant surprise, but also attracted many fearful gazes. Xiao Yan also saw Qin Yun's group from among the crowd. At the same time, the 2 black-robed people at a certain spot in the crowd also noticed Xiao Yan's arrival. The corner of the mouth under the black robe revealed a playful smile. 2 pairs of eyes quietly looked at each other, but they did not say anything. Xiao Yan immediately understood in his heart when he saw the experts gathered here and the stone door that had yet to be opened. From the looks of it, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian had yet to arrive. In other words, no one had touched the things within this large hall. This was undoubtedly good news for Xiao Yan, who was currently in the middle of this matter. After arriving in front of the crowd, Qin Yun's group also noticed the former's arrival. Immediately, a dense chill surged within their eyes. However, they also knew that now was not the time to attack Xiao Yan. Hence, they withdrew their gazes with hatred. Standing at the front of the crowd, Xiao Yan's footsteps paused in front of the stone door. The crowd behind him gradually surrounded him. Xiao Yan could wait, but they could not wait to enter the stone door and investigate. The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes swept over those people behind him. Immediately, his feet moved and the sky extinction steps was instantly unleashed. A flowing wind whistled past the stone door. Soon after, the stone door slowly opened with a loud bang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Soon after, a wave of flashing human figures rushing through the wind sounded beside Xiao Yan's ear. Numerous human figures continued to charge out from all around Xiao Yan's body. They formed a black mass. This scene appeared as shocking as a swarm of locusts sweeping across the ground. However, Xiao Yan was unconcerned about this. The moment the stone door opened, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength surged in and swiftly scanned the interior of this large hall. Finally, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. After some investigation, he was still unable to find the so-called spiritual essence strength. Could it be that Tianju did not leave behind any spiritual essence strength? Since this was the case, why did Tianying's words back then come true in this place? Xiao Yan's heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Other than the Daoist inheritance, the interior of this large hall was no different from the previous large hall. He was unable to detect the aura of the spiritual essence, much less the so-called return to source skill. Could it be that there was nothing here other than the Daoist inheritance? Damn it, just where are those two things? Xiao Yan's body stopped moving. His heart was filled with disappointment. From the looks of it now, it was likely that only the last large hall was left for him to try his luck. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to turn around, Xiao Xian's remnant spirit in the storage ring suddenly moved once again. This time around, even the half-remnant return to source skill in the storage ring was buzzing. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly jumped when he realized this. His body, which was just about to turn around, suddenly paused. He lifted his gaze and his eyes, which were filled with flames, instantly looked at the stone door in front of him. More accurately speaking, he was looking at the large hall behind the stone door that countless experts were anxiously waiting for. Xiao Yan's body moved. He did not hesitate even a little as he directly charged into the large hall in front of him. His eyes were searing hot as they swept all around him. At this moment, the large hall was in complete chaos. All the experts who had entered the large hall had discovered that there was nothing in the hall other than the Daoist inheritance in the middle. Was this not clearly telling them that only the strongest person among them would be able to obtain the Daoist inheritance? The process of selecting the strongest person was naturally the price of blood and life. The chaos in the hall had far exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. At this moment, everyone was repeatedly attacking each other in order to obtain the Daoist inheritance. Their greed caused their attacks to be even more ruthless than usual. In order to achieve their goal, they would stop at nothing. These people would definitely not be stingy with any method that could reduce the obstacles in their way. Very quickly, quite a number of elite Daoist in the hall had lost their lives because of this. At this moment, Xiao Yan was raising his eyes and looking all around him. He spread out his spiritual strength and carefully investigated every inch of the large hall. Very quickly, a scene that was slightly different from the one in the large hall earlier appeared in Xiao Yan's eyes. That is, Xiao Yan's gaze directly passed through the crowd and looked at the deepest part of the large hall. There was also an enormous stone chair that appeared to be carved from stone at that spot. However, the difference between this stone chair and the earlier one was that there was actually a lively old man carved on this stone chair. The old man was sitting upright. Both of his hands were placed on the armrests on both sides of the stone chair. Although he was a stone sculpture, his pair of eyes appeared to be alive. They carried a disdainful feeling as they looked down on everyone present. At a glance, it was as though an adult was watching a group of children playing. Don't tell me, Xiao Yan's eyes shrunk slightly. He could sense a thread of life from those eyes. In other words, the reason why the spiritual origin strength did not exist in this large hall was not because it did not exist. Instead, it was because someone had purposely sealed it within this stone statue. There was no need to think too much about the person who had sealed the spiritual origin strength. It was naturally Tianju. I really did not expect that Tianju would actually seal the spiritual origin strength within the stone statue. An ordinary person who enters the ancient tomb would basically first rush for the treasures within the ancient tomb. Why would they care about these things? Is this why you did this? Ignoring the surrounding people, Xiao Yan's gaze focused on the eyes of the stone statue as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Xiao Yan was startled. He seemed to have felt that the eyes of the stone statue were actually staring at him. Chapter 943. Bang! Xiao Yan waved his fist in front of the stone door. A punch sent a person flying in front of him. He did not even look as his body moved and swiftly flew toward the stone statue. Being in this chaotic crowd, even with Xiao Yan's agility and speed, he was unable to dodge all the human figures or attacks. Hence, in the face of those human figures or Do skills that shot over from an unknown direction, Xiao Yan could only wave his fist and break them apart. Bang 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 bang. The muffled sound of collisions continued to sound. The chaotic crowd caused Xiao Yan's advancing speed to slow down. At the same time, it caused his heart to feel a little more irritation. Unknowingly, the strength of his attacks had naturally become a little more violent. This black-robed skinny figure appeared just like a killing god within the crowd at this moment. No matter what kind of attack or what kind of collision it would be mercilessly sent flying within a meter of his body. Such a straightforward and violent action caused some of the people present to reveal frightened faces. Even the facial muscles of a 9-star Do D involuntarily twitched. What is this fellow planning to do? At a certain spot in the crowd, Qin Yun's gaze was attracted by Xiao Yan's violent action. His heart involuntarily felt shocked when he saw that the latter was actually able to erupt with such a frightening strength. Soon after, Qin Yun noticed that the direction Xiao Yan was heading in seemed to be the Do Qi inheritance. Is he planning to fight for the Do Qi inheritance? If the three of you stop him. You must not allow him to take another step forward. Qin Yun immediately emitted an explosive cry when he noticed this. He ordered Yan He and the other two who were guarding him. But young master, what about you? It is enough to have this fellow by my side. All of you quickly go and stop him. I must obtain the Do Qi inheritance before he does. Qin Yun's expression was firm as he ordered the three of them. Upon seeing this, the three of them looked at each other before looking at the black-robed man beside Qin Yun. Only then did they respond with a yes. Turning around, they simultaneously looked towards Xiao Yan. With a leap, they charged towards him. At this moment, Xiao Yan's continuous violent attacks caused the surrounding experts to feel fear towards Xiao Yan. This time, there was no need for Xiao Yan to personally take action. Those experts who saw themselves approaching Xiao Yan hurriedly retreated. Some scheming and cunning fellows had even purposely forced the opponents in front of them to Xiao Yan's side. After those fellows discovered the intentions of their opponents, they would rather be injured by the other party than be willing to touch Xiao Yan even a little. At this moment, Xiao Yan was just like a dangerous bomb in the crowd. Anyone who touched him would either die or be injured. Everyone's hearts trembled in fear of the latter. Finally, Xiao Yan was about to approach the Do Qi inheritance. However, no one present knew that the latter's attention was not on the Do Qi inheritance. Moreover, Xiao Yan did not have much interest in this so-called Do Qi inheritance. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan did not think this way. However, it did not mean that others did not think this way. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Following the appearance of three rushing wind sounds, three human figures suddenly flashed and appeared beside Xiao Yan. Three pairs of eyes instantly landed on Xiao Yan's body. Their killing intent was sharp and fierce. Xiao Yan's eyes indifferently glanced at the three people beside him. He could not help but frown. He did not have the intention to fight for the Do Qi inheritance. It was unexpected that they would continue to pester him. Xiao Yan, you managed to escape from the hands of the three of us brothers half a year ago. This time around, however, it will not happen again. Yan He waved his arm. A powerful Do Qi energy immediately surged out from his body with a frightening momentum. At the same time, the other two 9-star Do D also released the enormous Do Qi energy within their bodies. Moreover, they swiftly agglomerated into a solid Do Qi armor on the surface of their bodies, protecting the two of them. After witnessing the great strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier, even someone as strong as them had no choice but to be cautious when facing Xiao Yan. Otherwise, if they were careless, it was extremely likely that they would end up like their predecessors. Seeing the three of them revealing such a stance, Xiao Yan's heart sank slightly. He thought in his heart, could it be that they have discovered something unusual about the stone statue? However, Xiao Yan quickly dispelled this thought. This was because only at this moment did he realize that the Dou Qi inheritance was right in front of him. From the looks of it, Qin Yun had likely thought that he wanted to fight for the Dou Qi inheritance. Therefore, he had sent people to obstruct him. However, all of this was no longer important to Xiao Yan. After the incident half a year ago, the relationship between him and Qin Yun had already reached an irreconcilable state. Even if Qin Yun had sent people to deal with him, it was something that could not be questioned. Moreover, even if Qin Yun did not come to find trouble with Xiao Yan today, Xiao Yan would still come to settle the score with him in the future. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yan flicked his finger. The Northern King's figure immediately appeared beside him. Its purple-gold body and overbearing killing aura caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble the moment the Northern King appeared. Its owner's strength was frightening. Even this puppet was as frightening as a demon. Currently, the Northern King had absorbed quite a lot of the lightning strength within its body after the earlier battle. Hence, its strength had successfully risen once again. It had already reached the level of an advanced 9-star Dou. By relying on its puppet body, the fighting strength of the Northern King could definitely be considered one of the top experts among those of the same level. With such strength, it was not difficult for it to deal with 2 9-star Dou at the same time. Hence, the only person Xiao Yan needed to face at this moment was Yan He alone. Very quickly, the 2 9-star Dou by the side had already begun to fight with the Northern King. It was just as Xiao Yan had expected. The Northern King did not fall into a disadvantageous position despite fighting against 2 alone. With the help of the lightning strength on the surface of its body, its fighting strength was so great that it could be evenly matched with the 2 9-star Dou. Xiao Yan's heart naturally relaxed when he saw this scene, after which he focused his attention and returned it to Yan He in front of him. At this moment, the latter had clearly just recovered. The corner of his eyes twitched as he turned his head. His hateful gaze immediately landed on Xiao Yan as he viciously scolded, So what if your puppet can block the 2 of them? The old me is also a 9-star Dou. I am not someone that second-rate trash like Jian Ming can compare with. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. Cuckoo, that's right. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He gently flipped his hand under his sleeve and 3 black steel needles appeared in his hand. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 944. What shameless boasting. Just who is the one with more than enough to spare? Let's fight. An explosive cry sounded. Soon after, Yan He's body shook. Powerful Dou Qi energy immediately spluttered out from within his body. With a wave of his large sleeve, it transformed into numerous Dou Qi pillars that violently cut toward Xiao Yan's head. The sharp Dou Qi had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. However, the latter was not the least bit afraid. Only when the couple of Dou Qi pillars were in front of him did he turn his head slightly and easily dodge them. Soon after, however, Yan He's body suddenly pressed forward. His palm was close to Xiao Yan's chest as it violently cut across. The powerful Dou Qi actually forcefully tore apart the empty space. However, the result was that it did not leave even the slightest imprint on Xiao Yan's body. What? Yan He's heart was suddenly greatly shocked. This was naturally not because he had intentionally gone easy on Xiao Yan. Instead, it was because the palm that he had clearly seen earlier had approached Xiao Yan's body. Only then did he realize with shock that the latter's body had unknowingly used an ingenious angle to perfectly dodge his attack. How is this possible? Yan He's heart was greatly shaken. The latter was ultimately merely a 6-star Dou. However, how was it possible for his speed and strength to be raised to such a frightening level at the same time? This was completely impossible. Cuckoo, you are really foolish to attempt a sneak attack while being covered by a rank 4 spiritual strength. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. His body suddenly twisted and directly used half of his body to heavily collide with Yan He, who had brushed past him. Although this attack of Xiao Yan's was heavy, Yan He was after all a 9-star Do Di. His body swiftly withdrew after feeling the pain from this attack. The Do Qi within his body churned and forcefully removed the enormous force on his body. Even though this was the case, it still caused the blood within his body to churn. His face involuntarily turned slightly pale. Brat, what a brute force. However, you can forget about obtaining the Do Qi inheritance with just this. Yan He coldly snorted. His body moved and once again pounced toward Xiao Yan. However, compared to before, he was a little more cautious this time around. His mission was only to delay Xiao Yan. As long as Qin Yun obtained the Do Qi inheritance, they could immediately turn around and withdraw. The debt between them and Xiao Yan could only be settled in the future. Xiao Yan's eyebrows involuntarily twitched when he heard Yan. He glanced at the Do Qi inheritance. Indeed, Qin Yun swiftly approached to the Do Qi inheritance under the protection of the black-robed person. If no one stopped him, it was likely that the Do Qi inheritance, the Do Qi inheritance. Xiao Yan let out a cold snort in his heart when he saw this scene. Originally, he did not intend to fight for this Do Qi inheritance. However, this Qin Yun had actually taken the initiative to find trouble with him. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel furious. Alright, since you want me to fight, I will fight with you. With a cold snort, Xiao Yan's gaze suddenly turned and once again returned to Yan He in front of him. His eyes were indifferent. An ice-cold killing intent was not hidden as it leaked out, causing one's heart to feel a chill. Yan He felt a chill run down his spine when he came into contact with Xiao Yan's gaze. For some unknown reason, the Xiao Yan in front of him actually caused him to feel a trace of fear. Ha! With an explosive cry, Yan He's body moved first, intending to gain the initiative by striking first. However, this time around, Xiao Yan did not plan to give him any more chances. He raised his right hand to his chest and threw it into the air. 3 black-colored steel needles appeared in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yan flicked his finger and the 3 steel needles shot toward Yan He in an orderly fashion. Seeing the 3 steel needles flying over, Yan He did not dare to be careless in his heart. He tilted his body slightly and easily dodged one of the needles. As for the remaining 2 needles, Yan He also shot out 2 Do Qi pillars and violently collided with them. However, just as Yan He thought that he had given up in this manner, he suddenly saw that the 2 Do Qi pillars that he had shot out were actually easily penetrated by the 2 steel needles. Moreover, the power of the needles was not reduced in the slightest as they shot explosively toward him. They were already in front of him and there was no way to dodge. Stop. With a low cry, Yan He extended both of his hands. Thick Do Qi swiftly covered his palms as he grabbed at the 2 steel needles. Qi, however, just as Yan He's palms grabbed the 2 steel needles, he was shocked to discover that the 2 steel needles were as slippery as loaches. He was unable to grab them. Damn it! At the same time as his expression changed drastically, Yan He hurriedly controlled the Do Qi in his body and repeatedly poured it into the Do Qi armor in front of his chest. Ding ding! Following the 2 crisp sounds, Yan He's heart finally relaxed. He thought that the 2 steel needles had been blocked by the Do Qi armor. However, in the next moment, his entire face suddenly became distorted. His entire body was like it was convulsing. His eyes immediately turned scarlet red and the life within his pupils also swiftly disappeared. Before he died, Yan He lowered his head to take a look. He only saw that there were 2 huge holes in his chest that filled his entire chest. Under the effect of the Great Way of the Void, the area where the steel needles entered, the bones and internal organs were completely swallowed. It was as though his body had suddenly been split apart. Just think about it. How could a person without internal organs survive? As the life force disappeared, Yan He's body also fell down uncontrollably. After which, he heavily smashed into the corpses on the floor of the large hall. After swiftly killing Yan He, Xiao Yan did not hesitate too much. He extended his hand and beckoned. The steel needle that flew out was swiftly withdrawn. As for the one that shot into Yan He's body, it automatically disappeared. It was likely that it would require a period of time before it could reform. However, to the current Xiao Yan, this did not have much of an impact. Even without 2 needles, he still had 8 in his hand. Using 2 steel needles in exchange for the life of a 9-star Daoist, this meant that without using any of his methods, he could kill another 4 9-star Daoist with just these 8 steel needles. This kind of strength was sufficient for him to challenge any faction in this ancient tomb. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Yan was not concerned about challenging any faction. Instead, he was concerned about Tianju's soul source strength and the returning origin skill. Perhaps at this moment, he could add one more. Daoist inheritance. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yan looked at the spot where the Daoist inheritance was located. As expected, Qin Yun had already arrived in front of it and was about to keep it into his storage ring. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned cold. At such a distance, he was unable to instantly stop him. In that case, he could only swoosh. With a flick of his finger, the steel needle that had landed in his hand immediately shot forward. It passed through the crowd in front of him and headed straight for Qin Yun. However, just as the steel needle arrived in front of Qin Yun, the black-robed person beside him suddenly acted. He sent the steel needle flying with a palm from the side. It pierced into the body of a Daoist not far away. Immediately, a heart-wrenching roar was stirred within the large hall. Xiao Yan's expression sank. He focused his eyes and looked over. That black-robed person also revealed a pair of dark and cold eyes under the cover of the black robe. They looked at each other from a distance. At the same time, Qin Yun grabbed the Daoist inheritance that was the size of a wash basin in front of him. Swoosh. However, at the next moment, an unusual change occurred. Mobile version update website. Chapter 945. In front of the Daoist inheritance within the large hall, Qin Yun was about to store the Daoist inheritance in front of him into his storage ring when a powerful suction force suddenly surged over from a certain spot in the large hall. It forcefully pulled the Daoist inheritance that was close at hand. The Daoist inheritance flew over the crowd. Under the numerous fiery hot gazes, it was finally suspended in front of a black-robed person. After which, it was stored into his storage ring in front of the stunned gazes of everyone present. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Numerous dull gazes looked at the black-robed person who had stored the Daoist inheritance into his storage ring. This was especially so for the current Qin Yun. The expression on his face was one of shock. A duck that was about to reach one's mouth had flown away just like that. It was likely that no one would be able to endure such a blow. That mysterious black-robed person by his side also turned his gaze to the opposite side. A pair of dark and cold eyes under the black robe stared at that person like a poisonous snake. Killing intent was present in his eyes. On the other side, Xiao Yan was also stunned because of this sudden scene. His gaze followed the crowd and looked over. Only then did he realize that another mysterious black-robed person had appeared in his sight. Sweeping his gaze, Xiao Yan quickly discovered that there were actually 2 people on the other side. The 2 of them were wearing black robes. At the same time that he could not see their faces clearly, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to be even more shocked was that even with his spiritual strength, he was actually unable to see through the other party's cultivation. In this way, there were currently 2 factions in this large hall that could pose a threat to him. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan to quietly become cautious. Faced with this kind of opponent whose cultivation he could not even predict, he really did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. While Xiao Yan was observing the 2 black-robed people, the latter also seemed to be observing the change in Xiao Yan's expression. Immediately, the corner of one of their mouths under the black robe was lifted into a mocking smile. "Who are you people? You actually dare to snatch this young master's Daoist inheritance?" Qin Yun, who had recovered, could be said to be extremely furious. Relying on the protection of this person beside him, he did not avoid the evil thief who had snatched his Daoist inheritance. However, she did not know that even this person, who was currently guarding by her side, was extremely afraid of the other 2 black-robed people in his heart. This was because he was just like Xiao Yan and was unable to see through the strength of these 2 people. The 2 black-robed people were indifferent to Qin Yun's furious cry. It was as though they had completely ignored him. Bastard! Yen He Yen Lai, attack together. Take back what belongs to me. Being ignored by the two of them, the anger in Qin Yun's heart grew even stronger. He subconsciously called out the names of the three people and waited for the three of them to act and snatch back the Douqi inheritance. However, he only recovered after a few breaths. Yen He and the other two had already gone to intercept Xiao Yen. How could they appear beside him at this moment? However, Yen Hua and Yen Lai, who had been summoned by Qin Yun, quickly rushed to Qin Yun's side. Their bodies were covered with wounds of various sizes. Threads of fresh blood flowed unceasingly and the qi and blood in their bodies churned intensely. However, Yen He's disappearance caused the two brothers to feel a deep uneasiness. Their gazes suddenly turned and the two of them immediately discovered that Yen He, who should have been fighting with Xiao Yen, was nowhere to be seen at this moment. After waiting for a while, the hearts of the two suddenly sank. They simultaneously turned their gazes toward Xiao Yen. Xiao Yen, where is Yen He? The faces of the two brothers were ferocious. They ignored the churning qi in their bodies and shook their bodies. Dou qi immediately surged out. Xiao Yen indifferently said these two words. He did not think that there was a need to hide anything from these two. Since he had killed them, they could not do anything to him. You are courting death. Hearing the news that they did not want to hear the most, Yen Hua and Yen Lai were unable to suppress their emotions. They ignored Qin Yun's orders and shot forward, charging toward Xiao Yen. You actually dared to kill Yen He. We want you dead. Desolation finger. Xiao Yen let out a low cry in his heart. His 10 fingers moved together and numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed. In the blink of an eye, a huge energy finger was agglomerated above his head. At the same time, the Northern King, who had returned to Qin Yun's side, also charged toward one of the two, Yen Hua. At this moment, Yen Hua and Yen Lai had similarly used all their strength in their attacks in order to avenge Yen He. When they attacked together, their might was especially shocking. The elite Dou Di along the way hurriedly retreated to the side, afraid that they would be affected by the battle that was about to follow. Bang! Soon after, Xiao Yen and the Northern King collided with the two of them. Following an earth-shaking explosion, Xiao Yen and the Northern King quietly withdrew. The desolation finger also disappeared. On the opposite side, Yen Hua and Yen Lai were also forced back by the two of them. In this collision, both parties were evenly matched. Xiao Yen died. Enough! I will tell you to come back now. Just as Yen Hua and Yen Lai's hearts were filled with fury and were about to step forward once again, Qin Yun's cry was once again transmitted over. This time around, anyone could hear the anger contained within his words. Their bodies involuntarily trembled intensely as two pairs of eyes stared intently at Xiao Yen. Their eyes, which seemed to want to devour people, were directly ignored by Xiao Yen. This caused the hatred in the hearts of the two of them to grow even deeper. However, Qin Yun continued to angrily reprimand them over and over again. The emotions of the two of them swayed left and right. It was a long while later before the two of them finally lowered their heads unwillingly and returned to Qin Yun's side with hearts filled with regret. Trash! You actually dare to disobey my orders. Once this trip to the old tomb is over, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Qin Yun viciously glared at the two of them. Immediately, his gaze returned to the two black-robed human figures not far away. The muscles on the corner of his eyes twitched. He was just about to open his mouth when the black-robed person beside him stopped him. He gently shook his head and softly said, "These two people are not ordinary. I advise you not to start a conflict with them now." Qin Yun's face immediately twitched when these words were uttered. To be able to make this fellow say such words, it already proved that the two black-robed people were not ordinary. But the Douqi inheritance, doesn't Xiao Yen also want to obtain the Douqi inheritance? Humph, given his character, as long as he has determined his target, he will definitely chase after it. Why don't we hand this mess over to him? It will not be too late for us to act after both sides are seriously injured. Moreover, I still have a good thing that I have yet to give to all of you. A strange laugh was emitted from under the black robe after he finished speaking. Immediately, he ignored Qin Yun and took the lead to fly out of the hall. As for Yan Hua and Yan Lai, their bodies were stunned for a long time until Qin Yun and the black-robed person arrived in front of the stone door. Only then did they follow with hearts filled with anger. Seeing Qin Yun's back as he stepped out of the stone door, an extremely cold killing intent finally surfaced on Yan Hua's and Yan Lai's faces. If it were not for the latter, how would Yan He have died? The three of them had been working hard for him for so many years. However, this fellow had always ordered them around as he pleased. Even though they had tried their best to curry favor with him, all they got in return was merciless mockery. With Yan He's death today, the two of them were finally disheartened by Qin Yun. At the same time, Yi Luotian, Murong Xian, and the others, who had kept the Dou Qi inheritance in the other two large halls, were also withdrawing from the path they had come from. Qin Yun swiftly caught up with the black-robed person after the remaining four people in Qin Yun's group left the large hall. His heart was extremely curious about the words that the latter had said earlier. From the words of the black-robed person, Qin Yun could tell that this fellow had already prepared something for them. However, he had been unwilling to take it out. At this moment, their group had already lost 2 9-star Dodi. This was quite a big loss for Qin Yun. He wondered if the thing that the black-robed person had mentioned would be able to make up for his loss. Under Qin Yun's hot pursuit and questioning, the black-robed person appeared to be in a difficult position and stopped. Yan Hua and the other person behind him also swiftly followed. However, their expressions were somewhat gloomy. Under Qin Yun's somewhat impatient gaze, the black-robed person extended a shriveled hand. The storage ring on his finger flashed slightly. Immediately, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Qin Yun's eyes carried some doubt. Yan Hua and the other person behind him were completely uninterested in this matter at this moment. They only wanted to know how to kill Xiao Yan and take revenge for Yan He. What is this? Qin Yun frowned and curiously asked. Humph, this is a medicinal pill that can raise your cultivation. The black-robed person laughed strangely. His tone carried some pride. However, these words caused Qin Yun to coldly snort in disdain when he heard them. This young master has already consumed the extreme transformation pill. If you give it to me now, it will no longer have the slightest effect. Don't tell me that you don't even understand this principle? Did I say that this is the extreme transformation pill? The person under the black robe once again emitted a strange laugh. His hand shook slightly and the jade bottle shattered. 6 perfectly round medicinal pills appeared in his hand. If Xiao Yan was present at this moment, he would be able to immediately recognize them. These so-called medicinal pills were the unique goo medicine that Yi Luotian had refined, the dry leaf goo. Although the dry leaf goo did indeed have the effect of raising the cultivation of an elite Dou Di, once they were consumed, they would definitely become Yi Luotian's puppet. Their life and death would be in his hands. Unfortunately, the current Qin Yun's group was completely unaware of this. After the black-robed person boasted a couple of times, Yan Hua and the other person were the first to impatiently consume one. Indeed, although their strength did not break through to the powerful origin transformation stage, they had reached the level of an advanced 9-star Dou Di. This strength was undoubtedly much stronger than before. A long while later, after seeing that the two of them were fine, Qin Yun finally attempted to consume one. His cultivation swiftly rose to the middle stage of a 7-star Dou Di. It was even close to the advanced stage of a 7-star Dou Di. Unfortunately, one could not consume too many of these medicinal pills. Otherwise, he would have unhesitatingly consumed the remaining 3. The black-robed person laughed strangely in his heart when he saw the 3 of them consume the dry leaf goo. Immediately, he led the 3 of them and walked back the way they had come. Let's go. There is still a good show waiting for us behind. At the same time, there were less than 20 people left in the large hall following the gradual departure of everyone in disappointment. Xiao Yan and the 2 black-robed people were also present. Behind the 2 of them was the stone statue that faced Tianju. The 2 black-robed people stood side by side. Their gazes looked at Xiao Yan through their black robes. They did not say anything, but their faces were filled with mocking smiles. As for Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with hesitation when he saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the large hall. The two of them had already obtained the Dou Qi inheritance. Why were they still unwilling to leave? Xiao Yan did not believe that they were afraid of him. He was unable to even detect the other party's cultivation. From this, it could be seen that they either possessed some kind of treasure that could hide their aura or they had absolute strength. Comparing the two of them, Xiao Yan believed the latter more. Since the other party was not afraid of him but still chose to remain in this place, Xiao Yan could only come to a conclusion in his heart after thinking for a while. They had also discovered the strangeness of this stone statue. Xiao Yan's heart immediately sank when he thought of this. If that was the case, it was likely that he would have to compete with them no matter what. Xiao Xian's revival was extremely important in Xiao Yan's heart. No matter what price he had to pay, he could not continue waiting this time around. However, after Xiao Yan pondered for a long time in his heart, he finally made up his mind. He decided to try his luck and hoped that the two of them did not discover the strangeness of the stone statue. Xiao Yan turned around and was about to leave the large hall. Only when he turned around did he realize that there were only the three of them left in the large hall. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to leave, one of the two people behind him, who appeared to be slightly shorter, took 2 steps forward. At the same time, an old mocking voice was faintly emitted. "Mr. Xiao Yan, it has been many years since we last met. How have you been?" Xiao Yan's foot, which had originally been lifted, suddenly paused in midair the instant these words were emitted. He lifted his head and his eyes were filled with shock. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 946. The scent of blood was mixed in the air within the empty large hall, forming clusters of dense blood fog. Numerous corpses were lying in a disorderly manner. The scene appeared extremely horrifying. At this moment, there were still 3 living people in the large hall. One of them was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was the first to arrive at this place. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body was as stiff as a statue. One of his feet was lifted into the air and stopped less than 2 inches from the ground. The expression on his face was particularly interesting. The previous solemn expression was no longer present. On the contrary, it was replaced with an extremely shocked expression. His pair of pitch-black eyes were filled with disbelief. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan gradually recovered from the shock that he had been in for a long while. While Xiao Yan was in a daze, the 2 black-robed men behind him did not disturb him. They only took off the loose black robes that covered their faces, revealing their true faces in the hall that was filled with the smell of blood. When Xiao Yan turned around and looked at the 2 people behind him with a surprised gaze, the familiar and amiable smile that was revealed on their faces caused Xiao Yan to feel as though he was dreaming. Both parties stood still on the spot and smiled as they looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Xiao Yan's face was filled with excitement as he heavily cupped his hands toward the old man who had just spoken. He bowed and spoke with a respectful tone, 1 word at a time. Junior Xiao Yan pays his respects to Elder Luo. At this moment, the blood fog in the air automatically scattered, forming a pure tunnel between the 2 parties. At this moment, old Luo was similarly looking at Xiao Yan with a smile. His old face was filled with a pleased and satisfied expression. This so-called Elder Luo was naturally Luo Ao, whom he had not seen for many years in Emerald Green City. As for the other young man beside him, he was naturally Xiao Yan's first friend after coming to Yuanwu Continent, Luo Jin. "Cuckoo, little fellow, it has been many years since we last met. Your achievements have caused the old me to sigh in admiration." Luo Ao smiled and nodded to Xiao Yan as he stepped forward. The powerful fighting strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier was something that even he had never heard of. Even in the entire continent, it seemed that there was no one among the younger generation whom he had met who could contend with Xiao Yan. The latter involuntarily smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Immediately, his gaze landed on Luo Jin by the side. Without the obstruction of the black robe, the latter's current cultivation was completely exposed in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. An intermediate 8-star Dou Di. This kind of training speed was even more exaggerated than his own. TSK, an intermediate 8-star Dou Di. Your training speed is really frightening. Do you want to find time to spar with me? Xiao Yan's eyes revealed an amazed expression. In less than 10 years, he had leaped from a mere bandit to an elite 8-star Daoist. This kind of training speed could really be said to be world-shocking. However, the last sentence of his words caused Luo Jin's entire body to quiver. He hurriedly waved his hand and used his gaze to viciously glare at Luo Jin. He snappily said, "You are purposely mocking me. Although it is true that I am an intermediate 8-star Daoist, I have clearly seen earlier that even the advanced 8-star Daoist, Jian Ming, was unable to endure a punch from you, much less me. I should also mention that you are only an intermediate 6-star Daoist. Ugh." Luo Jin's words caused Xiao Yan and Luo Ao to be speechless. They immediately laughed involuntarily. Luo Jin helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His face was filled with an innocent expression. What he said was indeed correct. With Xiao Yan's fighting strength, he could be considered a kind of heaven-defying existence among all the elite Daoist on the continent. A 6-star Daoist was able to kill an 8-star Daoist. Even a 9-star Daoist had been killed by him. This kind of fighting strength could be said to be frightening. Cuckoo, if I have not guessed wrongly, the reason why you have stayed until the end is because of this. The three of them chatted for a while. Immediately, Luo Ao changed the topic and returned to the main topic. The three of them turned around and simultaneously looked at the enormous stone statue at the deepest part of the large hall. At this moment, there was no one beside them. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly relaxed. His gaze also became a little more careful when he looked at the stone statue. That's right. My aim for entering the ancient tomb this time around is actually not because of these Daoist inheritances. Instead, you are here to obtain the spiritual source strength of Tianju? Luo Ao raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed to have heard something from Xiao Yan's words. It seemed that the latter knew that the spiritual source strength of Tianju existed in this ancient tomb from the very beginning. However, all of this was not important. What was important was that these words of Xiao Yan allowed them to keep the Daoist inheritance in a logical manner. In this way, they did not need to care about Xiao Yan's feelings after they obtained the Daoist inheritance. This action of Xiao Yan was purposefully giving up the Daoist inheritance to them. Of course, regardless of whether Xiao Yan was willing to give it up, this would more or less cause Luo Ao and Luo Ao to feel a little apologetic. Hence, the spiritual source strength sealed within the stone statue naturally became a tool to smooth out this layer of apologetic feeling. The three of them arrived in front of the stone statue and cast their gazes on it. Luo Ao glanced at Xiao Yan and gently nodded his head as a sign of acknowledgement. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's thoughts moved. He took out a strand of spiritual source strength from the soul bead and slowly approached the stone statue. After which, he poured it into the stone statue through its eyes. Hum hum hum. Immediately, a golden light rapidly rose from the surface of the stone statue and enveloped the entire stone statue. Luo Ao's eyes immediately flashed when he saw this. Surprise flashed across his old face. He could tell that this layer of golden light was a kind of formation. Moreover, its rank did not seem to be low. It had been left behind by Tianju specifically to protect the stone statue. With his extraordinary eyesight and experience, Luo Ao could tell that as long as there was the protection of this special formation, the stone statue would instantly explode if someone tried to forcefully steal the spiritual source strength within the stone statue. At the same time, the enormous spiritual source strength within it would also explode. I didn't expect this old guy to be so careful. It seems that this should be a kind of rank 6 formation. It's just that the method used is not very pure. Luo Ao expressed his opinion as he looked at the layer of golden light on the stone statue. On the other hand, Luo Jin could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He said in surprise, "A rank 6 formation master? Isn't that the same as you?" "Shut up, brat. If it weren't for the fact that this old man was too lazy to cultivate, how could a dead man from 1,000 years ago compare to me?" As soon as Luo Jin finished speaking, Luo Ao hurriedly shut him up. Then he glanced at the formation in front of him again and said with slight ridicule, "Although it's a rank 6 formation, in this old man's opinion, this Tianju probably just happened to break through to rank 6 before he died." Hearing this, Luo Jin chuckled and glanced at Luo Ao with a mocking look in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Old man, when you broke through to rank 6, you were already an Origin King, right? And this guy. He was an early returnance expert and a Class 6 formation master. Just this aspect alone was enough to make Luo Ao incomparable to him. If it were not for the fact that the esteemed Tianju had died for no reason, his accomplishments would have been far greater." Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 947. While Luo Ao and Luo Jin were teasing each other in the outside world, Xiao Yan was currently pouring wave after wave of enormous spiritual strength into the stone statue. At the same time, his consciousness also followed into the stone statue. As his consciousness entered the stone statue, Xiao Yan felt as if he had entered the depths of the ocean. A terrifying pressure ruthlessly squeezed his soul, almost crushing him to pieces. What a terrifying soul pressure! Xiao Yan's heart immediately felt terrified. Such a frightening spiritual pressure was something that he had never felt anywhere else. Xiao Yan did not doubt that his consciousness would definitely be shattered by this enormous spiritual strength if he were to continue staying in this place for a long time. At the same time that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was facing an enormous pressure, the expression of his actual body in the outside world had also instantly turned pale. The expression on his face also became distorted. His body trembled repeatedly, appearing as though he was enduring something. This alerted the two people beside him. "What's going on with him?" Luo Jin frowned. He could not help but worry for Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Luo Ao could not help but frown as well. With a solemn tone, he said, "This kid seems to be under the suppression of the soul origin within the stone statue. After all, it's a rank 6 soul strength. It's several times stronger than this kid's. If he stays here for too long, he'll probably be crushed by the soul strength inside." "What? Fifth grandfather, hurry up and save him. You can't let anything happen to Xiao Yan." Hearing Luo Ao's words, Luo Jin's expression immediately tensed up. With a thought, his soul strength immediately gushed out and he was about to step forward. "Come back." Just as Luo Jin was about to act, he was pulled back by Luo Ao. At the same time, the soul strength that had gushed out was forcefully withdrawn. "You brat, I've never seen you care so much about a girl. Why is it that when it comes to Xiao Yan, you're even more worried about him than he is?" Luo Ao pursed his lips and looked at Luo Jin with a strange expression. Soon after, he turned his gaze back to Xiao Yan and said, "If he really wants to come out, he can do so at any time. Moreover, I guarantee that he won't be harmed by the soul origin within. But look at him right now. He clearly wants to continue. Since this is his own will, why do we have to forcefully stop him? Is it to prevent him from being injured?" Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was turning paler and paler. His heart was filled with hesitation. He could imagine that Xiao Yan must have suffered a lot to obtain his current strength. If he did not pay a price, how could he repay him? The latter was the limit of the pain he could endure. Through repeated attempts and challenges, he broke through the limit again and again, reaping the rewards from the pain and suffering. The battle results that Xiao Yan had established were something that Luo Jin could only hope to catch up to. "But if he doesn't come out, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll pull his soul strength out of there at the first moment. You're not the only one who doesn't want anything to happen to him. With such a good seedling, I can't bear to let anything happen to him. If he can continue to grow, this old man believes that one day, this continent will definitely tremble, just like that person back then." Muttering softly, Luo Ao's deep old eyes involuntarily flickered as he recalled a certain legend in his heart. 8,000 years ago, a mysterious man was born on the continent and grew at an extraordinary speed. In less than 100 years, that mysterious man had transformed into the strongest person on the continent. Even the current #1 sect on the continent could not compare to him. When he broke through to the legendary realm, the entire continent would change. No one had ever seen his true appearance and no one had ever been able to converse with him. The only information they knew about him was that the mysterious man had beautiful long hair of different colors on his head. It was elegant and extraordinary. While Luo Ao was lost in his thoughts, Xiao Yan was still bitterly holding on at this moment. The enormous spiritual pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Under the suppression of Tianju's spiritual origin energy, the spiritual strength that was constantly pouring in was fiercely compressed together, unable to spread out, let alone refine this spiritual origin energy. Soon, the pain that Xiao Yan's consciousness sensed became increasingly intense. At this moment, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that his spiritual strength was about to be unable to endure any longer. If he did not choose to withdraw at this moment, it was likely that his consciousness would be forcefully shattered by this spiritual essence strength within a couple of minutes. At that time, even if he did not die, he would definitely leave behind a sequela that he could not recover from. In the outside world, seeing that Xiao Yan's face was becoming increasingly pale, Luo Ao finally could not hold it in any longer. He knew that Xiao Yan desperately wanted to obtain the spiritual origin energy within the stone statue. However, based on Xiao Yan's current state, it was destined that he would not be able to extract the spiritual origin energy. Damn it, do I have no choice but to withdraw? Feeling the increasingly powerful spiritual pressure, Xiao Yan unwillingly cursed in his heart. At the same time, in the outside world, Luo Ao was preparing to take action and pull Xiao Yan's spiritual strength and consciousness out of the stone statue. However, it was also at this moment that the storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger suddenly flashed. A jade bottle flew out of it without any forewarning. Soon after, a wave of spiritual strength spread out from the jade bottle. A bang sounded and the palm-sized jade bottle immediately burst apart. After which, Luo Ao and his granddaughter clearly saw a palm-sized cream-white energy cluster emit a swoosh sound as it entered the stone statue. That is, Luo Ao's expression involuntarily froze when he saw the milky white ball of energy. Soon after, he stopped in his tracks. This was because he clearly sensed that after the milky white ball of energy entered the stone statue, the powerful spiritual pressure within it instantly disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body also suddenly relaxed. The pain that his spiritual strength had to endure also abruptly disappeared. It was as if he had just experienced a huge battle. Inside the stone statue, Xiao Yan finally had the time to properly inspect the space within the stone statue after the pressure was removed. The milky white spiritual strength was like a white fog that drifted in all directions. Apart from a stretch of white, nothing else could be seen. Although he did not know what had happened, Xiao Yan still carefully spread out his spiritual strength and carefully probed the interior of the dense fog. Suddenly, the fog in front of Xiao Yan parted on its own. It agglomerated into a substance-like corridor on both sides, leading the way for Xiao Yan. With curiosity in his heart, Xiao Yan cautiously walked along the corridor. After a few turns, a large ball of fog finally dispersed in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. The figure of an old man in a brocade robe appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing this old man, Xiao Yan's expression was slightly stunned. Immediately after, he compared the old man's appearance with the appearance of the stone statue outside. The instant the two appearances perfectly merged in his heart, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim, "Esteemed Tianju." Mobile version update website. Chapter 948. The moment Xiao Yan exclaimed, the old man, who was standing absent-mindedly in front of him, also seemed to be alarmed. He lifted his eyelids and looked at Xiao Yan. "Shoo!" Seeing that Xiao Yan could not help but open his mouth once again, the old man helplessly made a shushing gesture to Xiao Yan. Immediately, he turned his gaze back to the space above his palm. A palm-sized cream-white energy cluster was slowly floating in the air. That is, Xiao Yan was shocked when he saw the ball of light. He recognized it at a glance. It was Xiao Xian's soul remnant. But why was it in his hands? What did he want to do? Xiao Yan's face gradually turned gloomy as thoughts flashed through his mind. "Don't worry, kid. I'm just curious and surprised. Back then, I spent my entire life trying to find the first scroll of the Returnance technique, but I couldn't find it in the end. I didn't expect to encounter it here after being dead for nearly 1,000 years. It's really fate." As if sensing the change in Xiao Yan's emotions, the old man shook his head and sighed bitterly. He stared at the ball of Xiao Xian's soul remnant above his palm with a regretful expression. Xiao Yan calmed down a little after hearing the old man's words. However, His eyes were still filled with caution when he looked at the old man. Although this fellow had been dead for nearly 1,000 years, just by relying on this enormous spiritual strength, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not have much ability to resist if Tianju wanted to do anything to him. Therefore, in order to be safe, Xiao Yan had no choice but to be cautious. I can see that he seems to be very important to you. The old man didn't pay too much attention to Xiao Yan's emotional changes. At the same time, he extended his palm, and the ball of light above his palm slowly floated toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan caught it carefully in a hurry. Only after confirming that the old man had not done anything to it did he let out a sigh of relief inside. Don't worry, I don't have any thoughts about him. I'm a person from 1,000 years ago after all. Even if I was reborn now, there's nothing for me to fight over. Not to mention, I've lived enough. The reason why I risked my life to break through to returnance was because I wanted to know if the returnance technique had a way to break through. Unfortunately, I seem to have proven that it doesn't. The old man shrugged helplessly when he reached the end of his sentence. He was self-deprecating. Xiao Yan remained silent in this regard because this point was very easy to understand. The returnance technique could allow him to progress smoothly on the path of cultivation, allowing him to become a supreme expert in just 100 years. However, everything had its pros and cons. There were 2 cons to the returnance technique. One was the 3 barriers that were the hardest to surmount, and the other was that the returnance technique was split into 3 scrolls. If he could not cultivate the 3 scrolls separately, he would not be able to become a true expert. In other words, the outcome of the esteemed Tianju was understandable. Of course, he had already considered this possibility in the past. However, for the sake of pursuing the path of the strong, he would not hesitate even if he had to give up his life. On this point, Xiao Yan shared the same feeling. Suddenly, the old man and the young man raised their heads at the same time and stared at each other. Ha! A few seconds later, laughter rang out. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. Although they were not from the same era, they were the same kind of people. If it were not for the teasing of time, they probably would have become good friends despite their age difference. The little guy's pretty good. You've come here to save him, right? Tianju did not hesitate and went straight to the point. At this moment, Xiao Yan had also let down his guard against the old man. He smiled and nodded. He took a step forward and cupped his hands respectfully towards Tianju. The revival of my ancestor requires the support of the soul source energy. Therefore, I implore Senior to save my ancestor. Once his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's bent waist became even deeper. The expression on his face was also filled with respect. Hee, this old man is now just a remnant soul, and I won't be able to survive for much longer. Furthermore, since your ancestor has also cultivated the returnance technique, it can be said that we are of the same origin. Furthermore, this old man purposely left behind the power of this soul origin in order to give it to a fated person. If my soul origin can really revive your ancestor, this might not be a bad thing. Furthermore, at the end of his words, the old man fell silent. Xiao Yan did not feel anything strange. Immediately after, Xiao Xian's remnant soul in his arms flew forward uncontrollably and returned to the old man's hands. The old man formed a seal with his hands, and the milky white mist in the surroundings seemed to have received some kind of command and quickly gathered towards the milky white energy ball between his hands. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Senior, my ancestor's remnant soul is too weak now. If you use this method of direct fusion, I'm afraid, don't worry, if you forcibly fuse with him, you may need to consider this point, but I'm giving him my soul source energy on my own initiative. Under my control, my soul source energy will not have any backlash. As for your ancestor, with his current weak state, I believe he won't resist my fusion. In this way, not only will the fusion speed be faster, but the soul source energy he obtains will also be more complete. This is only beneficial for your ancestor." Esteemed Tianju smiled. At the same time, a huge amount of soul energy poured into Xiao Xian's remnant soul. Sure enough, as he had said, the fusion process of the soul source energy was particularly smooth. It was even faster than when Xiao Yan helped to refine it in the past. Perhaps this was because the two of them cultivated the same cultivation method. In any case, with the support of esteemed Tianju's soul source energy, Xiao Xian's chances of recovery would be greater. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little excited. After so many years, if he saw Xiao Xian's ancestor again, what kind of atmosphere would it be? Inside the stone statue, a huge amount of soul energy was fusing with Xiao Xian's remnant soul at a speed visible to the naked eye. In order not to affect it, Xiao Yan consciously withdrew. He believed that with esteemed Tianju personally controlling it, nothing would happen to Xiao Xian. In the outside world, seeing Xiao Yan open his eyes, Luo Ao could not help but frown slightly. Luo Jin also looked at Xiao Yan. Is the absorption complete? Luo Ao frowned. He did not feel any change in Xiao Yan's soul energy. Xiao Yan merely smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He lifted his gaze and looked at the stone statue in front of him. He was just about to open his mouth when a powerful energy storm suddenly swept over from outside of the large hall. With just one strike, it shattered the outer wall of the large hall. Numerous densely packed crack lines swiftly covered the wall. Soon after, the powerful energy storm completely destroyed the entire wall in front of Xiao Yan's shocked eyes. Translator, Editor, Chapter 949. The powerful energy powder storm instantly destroyed the outer walls of the large hall. Even the formation that was connected to the entire ancient tomb was destroyed along with it. The sudden appearance of this scene not only caused Xiao Yan, but also Luo Ao and Luo Jin by the side to be startled for an instant. What happened? The three of them swiftly exchanged glances. Their bodies immediately moved as they flew forward. They flew past the ruins in front of them and arrived in front of the large hall. Xiao Yan involuntarily turned his head to look at the stone statue in the depths of the large hall. After confirming that there was no mistake, he looked to the front with a solemn face. The murderous intent in his eyes was sharp. The three of them swept their gazes over. Only after observing for a while did they notice that a large group of black figures was swiftly flashing in front of the three of them. Battle cries were transmitted into the ears of the three of them from afar. From the looks of it, someone self-destructed just now. Luo Ao narrowed his eyes and spoke in an unconcerned manner when he saw this scene. At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were staring intently at the group of human figures. His gaze stared at the front of the group. Those people seemed to belong to the same group. The people behind them were chasing after this small group that had only a few people left. The small group was in a panic and did not know where to go. It seemed that they had no choice but to flee here. However, Xiao Yan was not concerned about the direction in which this group of people was fleeing. Instead, he was concerned about the identity of this group of people. When the group of people gradually approached, their line of sight became increasingly clear. Finally, Xiao Yan was able to clearly see the group of people. The remaining four people were all wearing white robes. From the style of their white robes, one could tell at a glance that they belonged to the same faction. At this moment, three of the four people had the appearance of old men. Only a young man was crazily fleeing under the protection of these three people. This group of four was Murong Xian's group. The Dou Qi inheritance on their bodies had been discovered by others. This was why they had been crazily chased by this group of people. After a big battle, a portion of the group had died due to their inability to fight. Another portion had chosen to self-destruct in order to protect Murong Xian. It was because of this that they were able to delay the group behind them until now. Unfortunately, with the development of the situation, the people behind him quickly caught up to him again. This old man wants to see how many more times you can self-destruct. A linen-robed old man in the group wore a ferocious smile on his face. He ordered the surrounding elite Dou Di to wildly chase after the four people in front. This person was undoubtedly Yi Luo Tian. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. The attacks from behind were also constantly exploding on the ground behind the four of them. If the four of them were to slow down even a little, they would be bombarded by the rain of attacks. Damn it! They're trying to kill us all. Murong Xian couldn't help but reveal a trace of despair on his face. As he felt the attacks coming closer and closer behind him, his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. If handing over the Dou Qi inheritance was enough, they would have left this place a long time ago. However, in the end, they realized that not only did this group of people want to obtain the Dou Qi inheritance, they also wanted to kill everyone in this ancient tomb. They had no intention of letting anyone go. Young master, don't worry. This subordinate will definitely rescue you even if I have to risk my old life. You must not despair. The white-haired old man by the side continued to encourage Murong Xian. No matter what, he would not let anything happen to Murong Xian. If anything happened to the latter, he would not be able to rest in peace even if he died. Uncle Quan, let's go together. Murong Xian clenched his teeth. He was just about to grab the old man's wrist when the old man was one step ahead. He suddenly grabbed Murong Xian's wrist and a powerful force immediately gathered on his arm. He violently flung Murong Xian away. Soon after, Dou Qi gushed out from his palm and turned into a fierce gust of wind that violently pushed the three people beside him away. As for himself, he was already exposed to the attacks of the group behind him. Ha! A group of trash. Come, let this old man meet you. A wild laugh was emitted from the old man's mouth as he turned around. At the same time, the Dou Qi within his body became wild and violent. Soon after, the old man's body suddenly exploded when the group of people behind him arrived. Bang! An earth-shaking energy wave swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the city below was completely destroyed. At the same time, it also exposed the numerous mysterious symbols under the surface of the ground. This is, in front of the ruins of the large hall, Luo Ao and Luo Jin's expressions changed slightly when they saw this scene. Only then did they understand in their hearts why such a useless city would be built in this enormous ancient tomb. This was not some hobby of Tianju. He was merely using it to cover up the entire formation below. I'm afraid that this great array is not weak even among the rank 6 arrays. Luo Ao's eyes hardened. There was a faint premonition in his heart. Uncle Quan. Murong Xian's heart was incomparably furious as he watched the old man who had accompanied him for many years die with his own eyes. He had never imagined that there would be such a day between him and Murong Quan. Old Quan, have you really died just like that? The other old man by the side could not help but sigh. Tears involuntarily surged from his eyes. An old man was full of emotions. Moreover, this was a good brother who had accompanied him for his entire life. At this moment, the originally beating heart of this old man seemed to have suddenly stopped. The anger on his old face had also mostly disappeared in the blink of an eye. I want all of you to die. Murong Xian's mouth suddenly emitted a hoarse and furious cry. At the same time, his body moved. He ignored the people around him and actually charged toward the group of people who had once again chased after him. Young master. The hearts of the remaining 2 old men were immediately startled. They hurriedly moved and tried to give chase. However, in front of Murong Xian's great way of the wind, their speed could not compare. In the blink of an eye, Murong Xian's figure had once again appeared within the attacking range of that group of people. At this moment, even the hearts of these elite Dou Di could not help but be slightly moved. How many people in the entire continent could do this for their subordinates? At this moment, even they could not help but feel some pity for Murong Xian in front of them, However, if they pitied others, who would pity them? Now, even their own lives were in the hands of Yi Luotian. If they did not obey his will, they would die. When it came to the latter, there was only fear in their hearts. Of course, this was also Yi Luotian's goal. He did not need true loyalty. He did not trust anyone. In his eyes, the relationship between the living things on this continent was only one of using and being used. Unfortunately, he was the one who used them. Very quickly, under the sorrowful and furious gazes of the 2 elite Dou Di from the Murong clan, a dense raindrop-like bombardment ruthlessly landed on Murong Xian's body. Boom! After a series of explosions, the wind and dust scattered. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. There was nothing at the spot where Murong Xian had been standing. What? Just as Yi Luotian's heart was slightly alarmed, 2 figures appeared in front of him, one after the other. One of them was Murong Xian. The other person was the one who had instantly caused Yi Luyan's expression to darken, Xiao Yan. Mobile version update website. Chapter 950. On the ground, Pang Lu's complexion was deathly pale. Her heart was filled with fear as she raised her head to look at the black-robed figure that was faintly floating in the air. Cold sweat unceasingly flowed down from her forehead, and soon, her clothes were drenched. "You, who are you, the person who will kill you?" Without any superfluous words, Xiao Yan extended his hand and flipped it towards Pang Lu. Almost at the same time, a powerful force came crashing down on Pang Lu's head. Before she could let out a shriek, Pang Lu's body and soul were instantly crushed, turning into a bloody mist that slowly dissipated. The instant this scene appeared, the young girl beside Xiao Yan covered her pretty little face in fright. Her delicate face was filled with shock. As for Zhu Chang and the others behind her, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their dumbfounded expressions appeared rather comical. Only after that did Xiao Yan nonchalantly turn around. Seeing those shocked gazes, he was already used to it. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to the young girl beside him, and said with a smile, "Is this all right?" Only after hearing Xiao Yan's words did the young girl timidly remove her pair of lily-white hands that were covering her face. She timidly looked at the former, then hurriedly turned her gaze away. At the same time, her little head nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. It could be considered a response. Seeing this, Xiao Yan casually smiled. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at those 9-star half-martial emperors. His expression abruptly turned cold, and with an indifferent tone, he said, "Scram. Go back and tell your master that not a single person here is allowed to touch them. Otherwise, you will end up like him." Xiao Yan's cold cry caused the few 9-star half-emperors to be so frightened that they fell to the ground on their butts. Only after Xiao Yan's words sounded did these fellows hurriedly flee in panic, using their fastest speed to leave this place. Junior Zhu Chang thanks Senior for saving my life. At the moment when Xiao Yan turned around, Zhu Chang and the villagers behind him all knelt down and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan. "This, my daughter, Kai Liu, would also like to thank Senior for saving her brother." Just as Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth, the young girl beside him also quickly knelt on the ground, her pretty face filled with gratitude. Xiao Yan waved his sleeves and an invisible strength spread out, lifting up the kneeling crowd in front of him. Everyone felt even more shocked in their hearts when they saw this scene. At the same time that they stood up, the respect in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yan became even denser. "Thank you, Senior. There's no need to say such things. I was asked to do so by someone. That's why I took action." After casually glancing at Zhu Chang, Xiao Yan turned and looked at the young girl. His pitch-black eyes stared at the colorful eyes of the young girl, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If esteemed Tianju's request was one of the reasons why he stayed, then the young girl in front of him was another reason why he was still standing there at this moment. Seeing that Xiao Yan's gaze had actually landed on Kai, Zhu Chang's face couldn't help but change slightly. He took 2 steps forward, cupped his hands at Xiao Yan, and pulled the young girl behind him. "Regardless of whether you were asked to do so by someone or not, since you have saved our village, I would like to be bold and invite you to the village. I hope you can agree." "Ha, little guy, it seems that this kid thinks you're a pervert." Suddenly, Xiao Xian's teasing laughter sounded from Xiao Yan's body. It was really difficult for anyone not to notice such an obvious scene. As Xiao Xian was currently in a soul state, his body was rather weak. As a result, he entered Xiao Yan's body and used Xiao Yan's heavenly flame to nourish himself while sorting out the power of inheritance contained in esteemed Tianju's soul origin. Hearing that, Xiao Yan could only helplessly smile bitterly. His expression didn't change as he nodded at Zhu Chang. Afterwards, he followed Zhu Chang into the village. Along the way, Zhu Chang led the way for Xiao Yan, while the others obediently followed behind. From time to time, their voices would be filled with joy and worry. Now that Pang Lu was dead, they were temporarily safe. However, Pang Lu's death did not bring them long-term peace. On the contrary, Zhu village would soon face an even greater threat. "Sigh, Pang Lu is dead, but what about the taxes from above? In the past, we might be able to take out 100 spiritual stones. However, in recent years, the taxes from above have been very high, and the output of the spiritual vein has been decreasing. Gathering 100 spiritual stones every month is already a huge pressure on us. I didn't expect them to be so excessive this time. It has been less than half a month since the last tax payment, and they actually came to rush us again. They are really forcing us into a dead end. Yes, the spiritual veins have been very strange recently. Although spiritual stones can be seen everywhere, it is difficult to mine a single piece even after using all our manpower and resources. This is the first time this has happened in so many years. Moreover, this time even Kai was unable to do anything. This is really making people nervous. Xiao Yan, who was walking slowly, suddenly heard the words coming from behind him. He couldn't help but stop slightly. He frowned slightly and turned around to look at the two old men who were talking. The bodies of the two old men paused when they saw Xiao Yan's gaze being shot over. The expressions on their old faces were initially startled. Soon after, they hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan, afraid that they would slight the other party. You just said that the spiritual vein is a mountain range that produces spiritual stones? Xiao Yan raised his hand and helped the two old men, who were bowing to him, up as he curiously inquired. The two old men's expressions paused. They looked at each other and nodded, saying, "Senior is right. Senior is right. The spirit vein that we are talking about is the mountain range that produces spirit stones." You just said that spiritual stones can be seen everywhere in the spiritual vein, but can't be mined, right? Xiao Yan nodded and said again. Could it be that Senior knows the reason? Hearing Xiao Yan's question, the two old men's eyes revealed a hint of joy. They hurriedly asked. Perhaps. If it's really as I think, then perhaps I have a way to solve this problem. Of course, first, I have to see the spiritual vein. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. The joy in his heart could not be suppressed. If it was really as he thought, then he had to go to the spiritual vein. I'm sorry, Senior. The spiritual vein concerns the lives of our entire village. If something happens, everyone in our village will be implicated, so, brother, now is not the time to talk about these rules. If we can't take out 100 spiritual stones, the Northern Wasteland Palace will definitely send people here. At that time, we will end up in the same situation. Instead of that, why don't we give it a try? Let Senior take a look. Perhaps he can help us get through this crisis safely. Just as Zhu Chang was about to speak, Kai Liu, who was beside him, interrupted. She looked at Xiao Yan expectantly. As if Senior's cultivation is powerful. He will definitely be able to help us get through this crisis. Yes, he is willing to take the initiative to help us. This is already a great gift. We can't just reject him like this. Since we won't have a good ending if we can't hand over the spiritual stones, why don't we give it a try? When the time comes, as long as we hand over the spiritual stones, Pang Lu's death can be considered as an explanation. Yes, yes. Hearing Kai Er's words, before Zhu Chang could do anything, the villagers behind him spoke one after another. The crowd leaned toward Xiao Yan, and Zhu Chang was isolated. With an awkward expression on his face, Zhu Chang's gaze swiftly swept across the group of villagers before landing on Kai Er. Seeing the hopeful smile on Kai Er's face, Zhu Chang finally looked at Xiao Yan. He respectfully cupped his hands together and said with an awkward smile, "In that case, I'll have to trouble Senior." Chapter 951. The powerful spiritual technique storm wildly raged. An incomparable pressure instantly descended on everyone's heads. In an instant, everyone present, with the exception of Luo Ao and Xiao Yan, had landed on the ground. Their faces were flushed red as a great storm once again rose within their hearts. What's going on? Rank 5 spiritual force. Who's there? Come out. Luo Ao's sharp eyes instantly turned towards the depths of the old tomb when he sensed the enormous spiritual strength. There was an extremely powerful spiritual strength there, boiling like a flame. Its powerful aura caused most of the people present to involuntarily feel fear. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the deep regions of the ancient tomb where the spiritual strength was being emitted. At this moment, he could sense a dense life force being emitted from within. It was just like a newborn baby or a wild lion that had just awoken from its deep slumber. And this life force belonged to Xianxia. Ancestor Elder Xianxia. Xiao Yan's voice trembled as he muttered. He completely ignored the spiritual storm that was about to strike over. His body flashed and the sky extinction step was unleashed to its limit in an instant. He faced the frightening spiritual pressure head-on and charged in. Xiao Yan, come back quickly. A powerful pressure uncontrollably spread. When Luo Jin and Luo Ao saw that Xiao Yan had actually retreated instead of advancing, astonishment appeared on their faces. However, Luo Ao did not dare to let Xiao Yan take the risk alone since they did not know the other party's identity. With a wave of his sleeve, the powerful spiritual force belonging to a rank 6 array master immediately surged out, transforming into an invisible hand that attempted to bring Xiao Yan back. The invisible hand rapidly approached Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived behind Xiao Yan and was about to grab him. However, at this moment, soul-condensing finger. A clear shout rang out from the depths of the ancient tomb as powerful spiritual force immediately condensed. In the blink of an eye, it had condensed into a seemingly solid finger. As the finger descended, it actually forcefully blocked Luo Ao's spiritual force. Boom! With a dull thud, the finger that had materialized suddenly shattered. At the same time, Luo Ao's invisible palm was forcefully pushed back. Damn it, what a powerful soul skill. But even so, you can forget about harming him. With his attack defeated, Luo Ao's expression immediately changed. Just as he was about to attack again, Xiao Yan's shout suddenly rang out. Senior, please don't do anything. He won't hurt me. When he attacked just now, he mistakenly thought that Senior wanted to hurt me. Senior, please withdraw your soul power. Luo Ao could not help but frown slightly when he heard this. It was not difficult for him to detect a sliver of excitement in Xiao Yan's voice. It was as if he was pleasantly surprised by the appearance of this mysterious figure. Could it be that before, Luo Ao was after all an old monster who had lived for many years? After a lightning-like thought in his heart, he immediately associated it with the cluster of cream-white energy light from earlier. Luo Ao only relaxed slightly when he thought of this. When he turned his gaze around, the group of elite Do Di behind him, including the masked person from the ghost hall, took the opportunity to wildly flee out of the ancient tomb. Only Murong Xian and the other two were still standing in the same spot. They watched Xiao Yan charge into the ruins that were filled with dust. Their faces were filled with shock and deep gratitude. If Xiao Yan had not intervened today, the few of them, master and servants, would have definitely died in this place. Although Murong Quan was already dead, he, Murong Xian, had already remembered this grudge in his heart. All he needed to do was wait for the future to teach them a lesson. At the same time, Xiao Yan had already passed through the permeating dust fog and once again arrived in front of the stone statue. This stone statue strangely did not collapse after a couple of energy attacks. Instead, everything around it had been destroyed until it was beyond recognition. However, Xiao Yan did not have the mood to observe this at this moment. At this very moment, his pair of dark black eyes were filled with excitement and tears as they stared at the somewhat illusionary human figure standing in the empty space in front of him. The human figure was wearing a pale green long robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. A pair of dark black ink-like eyes were like bottomless black holes. It was as though they had absorbed everything within them. The depth contained an endless wisdom, causing one to involuntarily feel admiration when seeing it. Descendant Xiao Yan respectfully welcomes ancestor Xiao Xian. Xiao Yan could no longer hold back his tears as he arrived before Xiao Xian. His body trembled as he prostrated himself on the ground and bowed to the human figure before him. Xiao Xian's face finally revealed a gratified smile as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. His body descended, and he extended his hand to help Xiao Yan up from the ground. At the same time, he opened his mouth and laughed. He smiled and said, "Looks like you've done it." He was referring to Xiao Yan's breakthrough to the half-emperor level. Xiao Yan stood up and wiped away the tears of excitement on his face. Only then did he reveal an embarrassed smile. I was only lucky enough to break through thanks to ancestors' grace. Ha, you don't need to be so humble. What I did for you was only one-sided. You still relied on yourself to break through in the end. The two of them smiled at each other. Then Xiaoxian turned his gaze and looked at the stone statue behind him. He could not help but reveal some gratitude on his handsome face. Thank you for your inheritance, senior. Xiaoxian cupped his hands and bowed to the stone statue. Xiao Yan hurriedly followed behind him. Xiaoxian had already awakened when Tianju infused his soul source energy into him. However, he was too weak at that time and could not make a sound. However, he was very grateful for Tianju's actions. Crack, crack, crack. However, just as the two of them stood up, they suddenly discovered that cracks were spreading rapidly on Tianju's stone statue. As the cracks spread, dazzling golden light shot out from within. In just a few breaths' time, the cracks had spread rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had already covered the entire hall. At the same time, the same scene was happening in the city outside the hall. This is, Luo Ao's expression changed. He pulled Luo Jin up and quickly looked into the depths of the ancient tomb. Xiao Yan had not come out yet. Damn it, the tomb is about to collapse. Tianju's formation must have been triggered. We must leave this place as soon as possible. But Xiao Yan is still inside. We must bring him out. Luo Jin frowned. He could not let go of Xiao Yan. You stay here and wait for me to return. Luo Ao was well aware of the current situation. Once the formation formed by a rank 6 formation master was activated, even he had to be careful. Moreover, Xiao Yan was still inside. He had no choice but to personally take action. However, boom. Just as Luo Ao was about to move, the surrounding space suddenly collapsed. Endless spatial turbulence swiftly moved like numerous poisonous snakes. Even someone as strong as a 9-star Do D would have difficulty escaping under this turbulence. Luo Ao was not afraid. He waved his sleeve and a huge Do Chi wave immediately swept out, easily breaking the turbulence that was coming at him. However, just as the turbulence was about to be completely destroyed, a huge beast claw suddenly extended from the empty space and tore Luo Ao's attack apart. Mobile version update website. Chapter 952. The illusory spirit pupil was one of the few special pupils that Xiao Yan knew of in the mainland. Before this, the one that Xiao Yan had seen was Qing Lin back then. The pair of eyes with the green flower pupils was still deeply etched in his memory. The triple jade green snake flower pupils could forcefully control any snake-type magical beast of the same level or below. The amount of control was determined by the user's cultivation base and combat power. After control, the user could gradually devour and absorb the latter's cultivation base for their own use. It could be said to be the nemesis of all snake-type magical beasts. Back then, Qing Lin stirred up the entire 9 abyss deep ground python because of this. This time, the illusory spirit pupil that Kai possessed was another special pupil with a different effect. Just like what was happening to Kai, now, the illusory spirit pupil could devour any energy in the world that was not controlled by humans and absorb it without any difficulty. It even skipped the process of refining it directly. Cultivation could be said to be abnormally simple. As long as one had the illusory spirit pupil, even if one did not deliberately cultivate it, one's cultivation speed would be several times faster than ordinary people. It could be said to be a natural cultivation accelerator. Unfortunately, looking at her now, it seemed that she did not know how to use the illusory spirit pupil. According to what the two old men said earlier, when they were mining spiritual stones in the past, as long as Kai was present, the mining speed would be twice the result with half the effort. This was because of the illusory spirit pupil's ability to absorb energy. Of course, the reason why it was so difficult to mine now should be because of what Xiao Yan thought in his heart. Although the illusory spirit pupil was a great tool that could help in cultivation, at the same time, it also had a fatal flaw. At the same time, it was also an incomparable advantage. It could directly devour and absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This made the owner of the illusory spirit pupil an unparalleled cultivation genius in the world. At the same time, it also made it a walking spiritual stone, in the eyes of many cultivators. The illusory spirit pupil could allow the owner to directly absorb the energy of heaven and earth without any difficulty. At the same time, the illusory spirit pupil could also use an extreme method to perfectly graft the owner's cultivation base onto another person. There were two methods of grafting. First, it would be delivered at a slow speed. Of course, although the process was slow, the power obtained would be much more than the usual cultivation. After the delivery process was completely over, the illusory spirit pupil would be completely useless, and it would no longer have any abilities. At the same time, the owner would also be permanently blinded, and their cultivation would also vanish at the same time. As for the other method, it was to change pupils. At the same time as changing pupils, in the shortest amount of time, one's own cultivation would be grafted onto another person's body, creating an expert in the shortest amount of time. As for the person who originally possessed the illusory spirit eyes, they would be crippled and their cultivation would be destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, they would not be able to keep their life and would be in a miserable state. However, it was a pity that Kai was unable to use her special pupils. If this continued, a cultivation genius like her would likely be destroyed in this tiny village. Very quickly, under Zhu Chang's lead, the group of 5 passed through the cave and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Along the way, Xiao Yan and the rest saw quite a number of villagers. They were waving special tools and pouring dou qi into them as they repeatedly knocked on the walls of the cave on both sides. Occasionally, they could see spiritual stones that were exposed from within. Unfortunately, no one was able to successfully remove those spiritual stones from the walls. As they approached the deeper parts of the cave, there was a stuffy hot aura in the air. With the exception of Xiao Yan, everyone present already appeared to be dripping with perspiration. Perspiration soaked their clothes. The surrounding villagers that they met were all topless as they worked hard to extract the spiritual stones. The deeper they went, the stronger the cultivation of the villagers. Perhaps they were worried that those fellows outside would not be able to withstand the high temperature and stuffy heat. Turning his eyes, Xiao Yan randomly glanced at Kai, behind him. However, he suddenly realized that at this moment, the young lady was wearing a red dress that was drenched in perspiration, tightly wrapping around her exquisite and lovely body. Her alluring figure was also fully displayed at this moment. This caused Xiao Yan to feel somewhat embarrassed as he hurriedly turned his gaze away. He subconsciously rubbed his nose and swiftly followed. The closer they got to the deepest part of the cave, the higher the temperature in the air. At the same time, Xiao Yan could also feel that in the deepest part of the cave, there was an extremely vigorous aura. This kind of energy was both pure and enormous. It was simply not something that any spiritual stones could compare to. And this also confirmed Xiao Yan's thoughts. Soon, the group arrived at the deepest part of the cave. At this time, the 2 old men had already stopped in the distance. The high temperature here was already unbearable for them. Zhu Chang's face was also red as he bitterly endured. Sweat constantly poured out from his body. Even though he had already taken off his clothes and used his dou qi, he was still unable to completely withstand the high temperature here. As for Kai, although the young lady relied on her superhuman willpower to endure, she was already tottering as if she could faint at any time. Wang, with a wave of his big sleeve, an invisible force immediately spread out and easily separated the terrifyingly high temperatures surrounding the 3 of them. Soon after, Xiao Yan raised his gaze and looked at the end of the tunnel in front of him. Although this was the deepest part of the cave, the spiritual stones that could be seen everywhere emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yan and the other 2, there was a vast expanse of soft white light. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan's gaze passed through this layer of white light and looked at the protruding milky white spiritual stones behind it. With Xiao Yan's eyesight, he could naturally see that these spiritual stones were all middle-rank spiritual stones without a doubt. In fact, Xiao Yan could even feel that in the depths of these spiritual stones, there was an even more enormous energy. This kind of energy belonged to a high-rank spiritual stone. High-rank spiritual stone. As expected, this spiritual vein really does have high-rank spiritual stones. A glint flickered in Xiaoyan's eyes. His heart contained a joy that could not be suppressed. High-rank spiritual stone. If he was able to obtain one, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his cultivation. Moreover, the strength of his 9 incarnations was currently stagnant. If he was able to obtain the help of a high-rank spiritual stone, Xiaoyan was confident that he would be able to raise his strength to the advanced level of a 5-star Daoist. In this way, it would be quite a great help to Xiaoyan. Sir, may I know if you have any ideas about this? The surrounding temperature suddenly fell. The pressure on Zhu Chang and Kai's bodies was also greatly reduced. 2 pairs of eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body. Their eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled slightly and said, "As expected, this is what I expected." Sure enough, this place is just as I expected. No wonder you guys can't mine the spirit stones here. In the depths of this spirit vein, there are high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 953. Under the effect of the large formation, the entire ancient tomb began to collapse. All the structures within shook intensely. The empty space cracked and the chaotic flow of space was like numerous large pythons wildly flowing within the ancient tomb. The powerful strength would cause even a 9-star Daoist to feel fear. However, under Luo Ao's shockingly powerful strength, the chaotic flow of space was completely swept away. Qi! A shocking Do-Qi wave swept through the empty space like a tsunami. The silver chaotic flow of space appeared to have been swept away by the tsunami and was instantly turned into fragments. The path in front of Luo Ao was also swiftly cleared. However, it was also at this moment, roar. Following a low roar, an enormous beast claw suddenly shot out from a certain spatial vortex. In just one exchange, it instantly tore apart Luo Ao's Do-Qi wave. What? The appearance of this scene caused the expression on Luo Ao's old face to suddenly change. This was the first time in so many years that something like this had happened. Clang, clang, clang. Soon after the enormous beast claw was exposed in the empty space, numerous thunderbolts quickly charged out from the spatial vortex. After which, the enormous body of the mysterious magical beast slowly appeared in front of Luo Ao. The body of the enormous beast was especially large. Its body was pitch black in color. The deep color could be described as hollow, as though it could swallow everything. The enormous beast had 4 limbs. Its front limbs were long and its back limbs were short. It was like a huge chimpanzee. However, it was far more frightening than the latter. Its enormous head looked like that of a lion. Its innately ferocious appearance caused one to feel fear at first glance. The thunderbolts that surrounded its body were especially shocking. A ferocious aura continued to spread from its body. The empty space under its feet was as weak as a thin piece of paper. This is... Even with Luo Ao's mental state, his heart could not help but feel an intense surge the moment he saw this enormous beast. Void lightning beast! Roar! An earth-shaking beast roar was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. The invisible empty space collapsed layer by layer. Numerous spatial vortexes continued to agglomerate within the ancient tomb. The frightening chaotic flow of space was like a school of fish in the sea, swallowing everything within the ancient tomb. In the blink of an eye, the entire ancient tomb had collapsed. At the same time as the ancient tomb collapsed, the ground beneath the feet of Xiaoyan and Luo Ao in the large hall completely cracked open. A dazzling golden formation was activated. Shilin region, Shilin mountain range. Under the magma, a pair of scarlet beast eyes slowly opened at this moment. At the same time, a beautiful girl in an ice blue dress stood on a snowy peak in the heart of the Shilin mountain range. She involuntarily looked towards the western horizon. Yen City. Jin Yao was sitting cross-legged and training in a separate room. Recently, she had heard quite a lot of news related to Xiaoyan. She could not help but feel an unknown joy in her heart when she thought that Xiaoyan was now able to stand on equal footing with the 4 large sections. This seemed to be even more exciting than the increase of her own cultivation. Suddenly, Jin Yao felt a piercing pain in her heart. Even though it was only for a short moment, it caused her to suddenly open her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, Xiao Yan's figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Jin Yao furrowed her brows and looked towards the west through the window. She could not help but feel a trace of worry in her heart. At the same time, in the plaza of Emerald Green City, a golden formation was activated from time to time. Light flickered and figures came and went. This was the transportation formation from the western region to the southern region. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Following a golden flash in the plaza, a dozen people appeared in the originally empty plaza as if they were performing a magic trick. Among the dozen people, a rather sloppy old man in white robes was currently holding a wine jar in one hand. He scanned his surroundings. When he looked at the formation beneath his feet, a trace of disdain flashed across the depths of his eyes. "Xiao, brat, you really made this old man look for you." He could not help but mutter in his heart. A tired expression involuntarily flashed across the old man's eyes. The continent was very big. Looking for a person in this place was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Even the information that he had obtained at this moment was only obtained by chance not long ago. Of course, even if this was the case, he could not be completely sure that this was the person he was looking for just based on this name alone. However, regardless of whether this was true or not, this was the only clue he had now. It was worth a try. This old man was Xiao Mingyuan, who had traveled all the way from the central region to the border of the continent in order to search for his clan members. Carrying the wine jar in his hand, the old man lifted his feet and walked towards the city. Just as he stepped out of the plaza, a young lady brushed past him. The old man's footsteps suddenly paused. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. His gaze turned and swept across the young lady. Why would a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe exist in this barren land of the continent? The old man was surprised in his heart. Immediately, he shook his head and tossed aside these unnecessary distracting thoughts. He continued to walk towards the city. The young lady stepped onto the plaza and stood in the middle of the formation. She raised her head and looked towards the sky. A black-robed figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. She had already heard from the latter that he had come from the southern region. This time around, she wanted to use the opportunity of training to go and take a look at the place that he had come from. This young lady was Wuxia and Xianxia, who had left the clan by herself. The few years of training and growth caused the young lady to appear much more mature than before. However, there was still some childishness on her pretty face that had yet to disappear. A short moment later, the large formation was once again activated. Under the continuous pouring of energy from the spirit stones, the formation was activated. Wuxia and Xianxia and the dozen-plus people who were with her disappeared from the plaza in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Xiao Mingyuan was walking in boredom on the streets of the city. He planned to temporarily rest here for a day and inquire about information regarding Xiao Yan at the same time. He would set off tomorrow to search for traces of the latter. Just as his footsteps were leisurely moving forward, an old man wearing a brocade robe in a pavilion suddenly looked at him. The moment he saw the latter, the old man's eyes narrowed. A hint of fear flashed across the depths of his eyes. He quickly and carefully withdrew the aura in his body. In the blink of an eye, the old man looked like an ordinary person without any dou qi. However, in Green Jade City, no one would treat him as an ordinary person. The deacon of the Union Pavilion, the strongest person in Green Jade City, a 2-star Dou Di, Zhang. Seeing Xiao Mingyuan's figure gradually disappear into the distance, an extremely obscure light flashed across the depths of Zhang Yi's eyes. After a long time, when Xiao Mingyuan's figure had completely disappeared, Zhang Yi clenched his fist and loosened it. The bird was formed. Mobile version update website. Chapter 954. Pang Lu, what do you want now? In a small village, at this moment, a large group of villagers dressed in ordinary clothes were surrounding a few figures. The leader of the villagers was a strong young man who was glaring angrily at a nefarious young man with a ruffian aura in front of him. He shouted angrily, "Zhu Chang, I haven't seen you for a few days and your voice has become much louder. You actually dare to shout at me like this." Hearing the burly young man's roar, the nefarious youth stretched out his little finger and lightly picked his ear with a sneer on his face. We have already paid last month's tax. What are you doing here?" Zhu Chang's gaze swept across the few people behind Pang Lu with fear as he said in a deep voice with displeasure. Yes, you are right. You have indeed paid last month's tax. Of course, I will not forget this, Pang Lu cackled, and it actually looked a little strange. But, you haven't paid this month's taxes yet. However, in the next instant, Pang Lu's tone suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he stared at Zhu Chang. The words he spat out caused the expressions of the group of villagers in front of him to change. Pang Lu, what do you mean by this? Every month's tax has always been paid at the end of the month. It has only been half a month and you are already here to collect taxes. What do you want us to give you? This has nothing to do with me. I am only responsible for collecting taxes. Remember, 100 low-level spirit stones, not one less. Otherwise, I will send all of you to the Bear Steel mercenary group. I think you should all know the consequences of entering that group. Hearing Zhu Chang's angry roar, Pang Lu sneered with a look of indifference. He did not care about the life and death of the people in front of him. To him, the most important thing was the spirit stones. As long as the spirit stones were in his hands, it did not matter even if the people in front of him died. Pang Lu, you're making things difficult for us. In the past, we would need at least a month to produce 100 spiritual stones from G Mountain. Now, it's only been half a month. How can we produce that amount? Are you trying to push us to our deaths? Zhu Chang roared. He naturally knew the result of being sent to the Bear Steel mercenary group. None of the villagers were destined to survive. He knew that Pang Lu must have other plans. The latter understood them too well. That fellow definitely had his own motives for forcing them like this. Zhu Chang, you're wrong. Even if you're really dead, the one who forced you to your deaths isn't me. It's the Northern Desolate Hall. The taxes have been collected early. This is an order from the higher-ups. I'm just following orders. You just have to pay the taxes. As for whether you can pay them or not, it has nothing to do with me. Pang Lu coldly spat out these words. He turned around and was about to leave with his men. However, he seemed to have thought of something the moment he turned around. He turned his head slightly and stared at Zhu Chang. However, it's not that I can't help you. However, that will depend on whether you are willing to grasp this opportunity. What do you want? Zhu Chang's expression sunk. He seemed to have thought of something in his heart. At the same time his expression changed, the dou qi in his body began to circulate involuntarily. If you're willing to give your sister, qi. Before Pang Lu could finish speaking, Zhu Chang's figure suddenly rushed forward explosively. The tyrannical aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor immediately swept forth. The powerful oppressive power immediately rushed toward Pang Lu. His sister was his only taboo. Anyone who dared to touch this line, regardless of who they were, would die. However, Pang Lu was completely fearless in the face of Zhu Chang's overbearing aura. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. He calmly raised his hand and suddenly slammed it down. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a middle-aged man beside him swiftly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he violently collided with Zhu Chang. Bang! The middle-aged man's body was as stable as Mount Tai after the collision. He did not move. When he looked at Zhu Chang, he was forced back by the middle-aged man's attack. He fell into the crowd and was suppressed. You are merely an 8-heart half-emperor, yet you wish to kill me. In the past, I kept you alive because I saw that you were able to lead this group of people to bring me benefits. However, from the looks of it, you wish to rebel against me today. Pang Lu coldly laughed. He walked forward. His gaze was dense and cold as he looked at Zhu Chang, who was standing up in a miserable manner. A killing intent flashed across his eyes. Since you will sooner or later become a scourge if I keep you alive, I shall take this opportunity to send you on your way today. Pang Lu waved his large sleeve the instant his words sounded. Immediately, an extremely powerful aura swiftly spread out from within his body. Under the pressure of this aura, even the few 9-star half-emperors behind him revealed frightened expressions on their faces. A 1-star Daoist. Even though this strength was considered nothing at the level of an elite Daoist, a 1-star Daoist was sufficient to suppress everyone present in this place. Do. Do D. At this moment, even Zhu Chang's heart was incomparably shocked. He had never expected that the person in front of him, who appeared like a ruffian, had actually reached the Do D class. Hehe, you are very surprised, aren't you? I have never revealed my true strength to anyone during all these years. However, since you wish to kill me today, I shall make an exception and personally finish you off. Pang Lu coldly laughed. He raised his hand and a turbulent Do Qi immediately agglomerated in the empty space in front of him, transforming into a large hand. Soon after, it violently fell towards Zhu Chang. And in the next moment, buzz! The large energy hand that was falling suddenly paused in midair. Soon after, two human figures slowly appeared in the empty space. The two of them were a man and a woman. At this moment, the man extended a finger and gently touched the large energy hand in front of him. An indifferent word was spat out from his mouth. At the same time, the large energy hand in front of the man shattered with a sound. Very quickly, it disappeared from this world. At this moment, everyone present was stunned on the spot. Numerous gazes involuntarily landed on the body of the black-robed young man. Only a long while later did these people appear to have recovered one by one. The expressions on their faces were gradually replaced by shock. This was especially the case for Pang Lu. The shock in her heart was even more difficult to describe. At this moment, the black-robed young man who was standing in the empty space and breaking Pang Lu's large energy hand with a finger was the person who should have been in the Heaven and Ancient Tomb and should have been submerged by the collapse of the Ancient Tomb. Xiao Yan. Mobile version update website. Chapter 955. A moment ago. In an ancestral hall filled with the vicissitudes of life, the strangely shaped floor suddenly flashed, and a dazzling golden light was emitted from it. It was like a sun, and it immediately alarmed the people outside the ancestral hall. There was a small courtyard outside of the ancestral hall. There were a few rooms built around it, surrounding the ancestral hall. There was a corridor at the front of the ancestral hall. On the other side of the corridor was a small bamboo forest, blocking the main entrance to the ancestral hall. Hence, unless one was in front of the ancestral hall, one would not be able to clearly see the situation inside the ancestral hall. At this moment, between the pillars of the corridor, a young girl was shyly looking at the bright light emitted from the ancestral hall. Her pair of strange eyes flashed with a curious splendor. After a short while, the golden light in the ancestral hall gradually disappeared. Under the young girl's shocked gaze, two figures appeared in the ancestral hall at the same time. At this moment, the young girl was shocked. Although she wanted to escape, for some reason, her delicate body seemed to be fixed on the spot, unable to move. She could only look at the two people in the ancestral hall with her heart trembling. She was both frightened and curious. Where is this place? Xiao Yan's eyes were surprised and uncertain as he observed the environment he was currently in. Both of his eyes contained some caution as he exchanged glances with Xiao Xian in front of him. After which, their eyes rotated. Soon after, they landed in the middle of the ancestral hall. There was a stone statue enshrined here, and the two of them were very clear about the appearance of the stone statue. After all, they had met it not long ago. The stone statue's appearance was that of esteemed Tianju. From the looks of it, the two of them seemed to have fallen into the array that esteemed Tianju had set up long ago. He must have planned to send them here. The ancestral hall enshrines esteemed Tianju. This should be his family or the place where he was born. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian's eyes continued to observe their surroundings. Both of them clearly understood that now was not the time to catch up. They must first clearly see the situation in front of them and wait until everything had calmed down before doing anything else. But why did he send us here? It has been 1,000 years. Even if there is someone or something that he can't let go of, time has passed, and I'm afraid we can't help him achieve it. Moreover, he hasn't told us about it. Xiao Yan looked at the stone statue and shrugged helplessly. He turned around and was about to step out of the ancestral hall. Wait, he must have sent us here for a reason. Also, didn't you notice that there is a trace of his aura here? Xiao Xian smiled. His dark eyes slowly turned, and soon, they locked onto the top of the stone statue. There was a plaque hanging. There were 4 big words written on the plaque in bold strokes. Leave it to fate. Freedom. What a great freedom. Does he mean that it belongs to the fated one? Xianxia chuckled faintly. With a thought, his majestic soul power immediately spread out and turned into an invisible palm that approached the plaque. Xiaoyan was suspicious. He glanced at the plaque and used his soul power to probe it, but he didn't find anything. However, Xiaoyan naturally didn't doubt Xiaoxian at all. Hence, he stood where he was and waited quietly. After a short while, Xiaoxian withdrew his soul power. At the same time, a storage ring appeared in his hand. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly solidified the moment he saw this storage ring. His mouth involuntarily let out a surprised cry. Since the storage ring was placed in such a place by Tianju, it must be Tianju's own storage ring. Compared to the things in the ancient tomb, perhaps the things in this storage ring were Tianju's real collection. It was easy to imagine just how precious the storage ring of a returnance expert was. "Oh right, the returnance technique," Xiaoyan hurriedly said after returning to his senses. Xiaoxian was slightly startled when he heard this. After which, he quickly recovered. Due to him having practiced the first scroll, he could be said to be extremely clear about the secret of the origin returning skill. Compared to others, Xiaoxian's heart should be even more anxious about the importance of this qi method. However, from the looks of the current situation, it seemed that Xiaoyan was even more concerned about it than him. Xiaoxian smiled and shook his head. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength once again surged out. It was swiftly poured into the storage ring in his hand. Xiaoyan by the side carried a fiery heat as he anxiously waited. A few minutes later, Xiaoxian's soul power withdrew from the storage ring along with a scroll. Needless to say, it was the returnance technique. The returnance technique? It really is the returnance technique. Tianju purposely left the returnance technique here to prevent those who wantonly destroyed his tomb from obtaining it. That's why it's said to follow fate and rely on human nature. We were lucky. If we hadn't stayed in the palace earlier, we wouldn't have been teleported here, and we wouldn't have been able to avoid that disaster. Soon after, Xiaoxian slowly opened the scroll in his hand with some anticipation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon after, however, a golden light flashed from within the scroll when it was opened. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian involuntarily took 2 steps back. After which, an illusionary human figure slowly appeared within the golden light. It was Tianju. However, it was only an image and they couldn't talk freely like before. "Fated person, since you were able to open this scroll for me, it means that this is fate between us. This scroll originally shouldn't belong to me, but everything is fate. To be able to pass through the formation and come here, it means that your temperament is not bad. Therefore, I hope that you can help me with one last thing. If the village where the ancestral hall is still around, I hope that you can do one thing for the village before you leave. The returnance technique and all the items in my storage ring will be your reward. In addition, you only need to do one thing. After that, no matter what happens to the village in the future, it will no longer have anything to do with you. If the village is already destroyed by the time you see this, then everything will be fine." The image ended at this point. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian were startled as they looked at each other. After which, the scroll returned to Xiaoxian's hand. Soon after, the 2 of them turned around in unison. 2 pairs of dark black eyes looked at the corridor outside of the ancestral hall. There, a young lady in a red dress was looking at the image that had disappeared from the ancestral hall in a daze. She didn't notice Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian's gazes. Chapter 956. On the ground, Pang Lu's complexion was deathly pale. Her heart was filled with fear as she raised her head to look at the black-robed figure that was faintly floating in the air. Cold sweat unceasingly flowed down from her forehead, and soon, her clothes were drenched. "You? Who are you, the person who will kill you?" Without any superfluous words, Xiaoyan extended his hand and flipped it in the air towards Pang Lu. Almost at the same time, a powerful force came crashing down on Pang Lu's head. Before she could even scream in fear, Pang Lu's body and soul were instantly crushed. They turned into a bloody mist that slowly dissipated. The instant this scene appeared, The young girl beside Xiao Yan covered her delicate and pretty little face in fear. Her delicate and pretty face was filled with shock. As for Zhu Chang and the others behind her, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their dumbfounded expressions appeared rather comical. Only after that did Xiao Yan nonchalantly turn around. Seeing those shocked gazes, he was already used to it. Helplessly, he shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to the young girl beside him, and said with a smile, "Is this all right?" Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the young girl timidly removed her pair of lily-white hands that were covering her face. She timidly looked at the former, then hurriedly turned her gaze away. At the same time, her little head nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. It was considered a response. Seeing this, Xiao Yan casually smiled. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at those 9-star half-martial emperors. His expression suddenly turned cold, and with an indifferent tone, he said, "Scram. Go back and tell your master that not a single person here is allowed to touch them. Otherwise, you will end up like him." Xiao Yan's cold cry caused the few 9-star half-emperors to be so frightened that they fell to the ground on their butts. Only after Xiao Yan's words sounded did these fellows hurriedly flee in panic, using their fastest speed to leave this place. Junior Zhu Chang thanks Senior for saving my life. At the moment when Xiao Yan turned around, Zhu Chang and the villagers behind him all knelt down and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan. "This, my daughter, Kai Liu, would also like to thank Senior for saving her brother." Just as Xiao Yan was about to open his mouth, the young girl beside him also quickly knelt on the ground, her pretty face filled with gratitude. Xiao Yan waved his sleeves and an invisible strength spread out, lifting up the kneeling crowd in front of him. Everyone felt even more shocked in their hearts when they saw this scene. At the same time that they stood up, the respect in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yan became even denser. "Thank you, Senior. There's no need to say such things. I was asked to do so by someone. That's why I took action." After casually glancing at Zhu Chang, Xiao Yan turned and looked at the young girl. His pitch-black eyes stared at the young girl's multicolored eyes, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. If esteemed Tianju's request was one of the reasons why he stayed, then the young girl in front of him was another reason why he was still standing there at this moment. Seeing that Xiao Yan's gaze had actually landed on Kai, Zhu Chang's face couldn't help but change slightly. He took 2 steps forward and cupped his hands at Xiao Yan while pulling the young girl behind him. "Regardless of whether you were asked to do so by someone or not, since you have saved our village, I would like to be bold and invite you to the village. I hope you can agree." "Ha, little guy, it seems that this kid thinks you're a pervert." Suddenly, Xiao Xian's mocking laughter rang out from Xiao Yan's body. It was really difficult for anyone not to notice such an obvious scene. As Xiao Xian was currently in a soul state, his body was rather weak. As a result, he entered Xiao Yan's body and used Xiao Yan's heavenly flame to nourish himself while sorting out the power of inheritance contained within esteemed Tianju's soul origin. Hearing that, Xiao Yan could only helplessly smile bitterly. His expression didn't change as he nodded at Zhu Chang. Afterwards, he followed the latter into the village. Along the way, Zhu Chang led the way for Xiao Yan, while the others obediently followed behind. From time to time, they would speak with both joy and worry. Now that Pang Lu was dead, they were temporarily safe. However, Pang Lu's death didn't bring them long-term peace. Instead, Zhu village would soon face an even greater threat. "Sigh, Pang Lu is dead, but what about the taxes from above? In the past, we might have been able to take out 100 spiritual stones. However, the taxes from above have been increasing in recent years, and the output of the spiritual vein has been decreasing. Gathering 100 spiritual stones every month is already a huge pressure on us. I didn't expect them to be so excessive this time. It's been less than half a month since the last tax payment, and they actually came to rush us again. They are really forcing us into a dead end." Yes, the spiritual veins have been very strange recently. Although spiritual stones can be seen everywhere, it is difficult to mine a single piece even after using all our manpower and resources. This is the first time this has happened in so many years. Moreover, this time, even Kai was unable to do anything. This is really making people nervous. Xiao Yan, who was walking slowly, suddenly heard the words coming from behind. He couldn't help but pause slightly. He frowned slightly and turned around to look at the two old men who were talking. The bodies of the two old men paused when they saw Xiao Yan's gaze being shot over. The expressions on their old faces were initially startled. Soon after, they hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan, afraid that they would slight the other party. You just said that the spiritual vein is a mountain range that specializes in producing spiritual stones? Xiao Yan raised his hand and helped the two old men, who were bowing to him, up as he curiously inquired. The two old men's expressions paused. They looked at each other, then nodded and said, "Senior is right. Senior is right. The spirit vein that we are talking about is the mountain range that produces spirit stones." You just said that spiritual stones can be seen everywhere in the spiritual vein, but can't be mined, right? Xiao Yan nodded and said again. Could it be that Senior knows the reason? Hearing Xiao Yan's question, the two old men's eyes revealed a hint of joy as they hurriedly asked. Perhaps. If it's really as I think, then perhaps I have a way to solve this problem. Of course, first, I have to see the spiritual vein. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. The joy in his heart could not be suppressed. If it was really as he thought, then he had to go to the spiritual vein. I'm sorry, Senior. The spiritual vein is related to the lives of our entire village. If something happens, everyone in our Zhu village will be implicated, so, brother, now is not the time to talk about these rules. If we can't take out 100 spiritual stones, the Northern Wasteland Palace will definitely send people here. At that time, we will end up in the same situation. Rather than that, why don't we give it a try? Let Senior take a look. Perhaps he can help us get through this crisis safely. Just as Zhu Chang was about to speak, who was beside him, interrupted him. Her beautiful face was filled with anticipation as she looked at Xiao Yan. Senior's cultivation is powerful. He will definitely be able to help us get through this crisis. Yes, he is willing to take the initiative to help us. This is already a great gift. We can't just reject him like this. Since we won't have a good ending if we can't hand over the spiritual stones, why don't we give it a try? When the time comes, as long as we hand over the spiritual stones, Pang Lu's death can be considered as an explanation. Hearing Kai Er's words, before Zhu Chang could do anything, the villagers behind him spoke one after another. The crowd leaned toward Xiao Yan, and Zhu Chang was isolated. With an awkward expression on his face, Zhu Chang's gaze quickly swept across the crowd of villagers before landing on Kai Er. Seeing the latter's hopeful smile, Zhu Chang then looked at Xiao Yan, respectfully clasped his hands, and smiled awkwardly. In that case, I'll have to trouble Senior. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 957. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian stood side by side in the ancestral hall. The two of them looked at the young lady in a red dress in front of the corridor with a slightly different gaze. They were even more shocked when they noticed her beautiful, multicolored eyes. This is illusory heavenly eyes. The two of them looked at each other. Their breathing paused for a few seconds before they could not help but exclaim in surprise. The moment the two of them spoke, the red-dressed young lady was also startled by the two of them. The seven-colored glow in her pretty eyes flickered slightly before it quickly dimmed. Her expression was panicked as she took 2 steps back. The young lady lifted her gaze and quickly noticed Xiao Yan and Shuang. The young lady's mouth involuntarily emitted an exclamation. She turned around with the intention of fleeing. However, she seemed to have forgotten that the corridor she was in was horizontal. The moment she turned around, her somewhat cute appearance collided with a pillar behind her. Immediately, an exclamation sounded once again. Xiao Yan and Shuang were also provoked into laughter by this scene. Then their figures flickered slightly. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared before the young lady. "Girl, are you all right?" "I'm fine." The young lady in a red dress said timidly. The girl in the red dress said timidly. She raised her head and looked at the two people's kind smiles. The fear in her heart couldn't help but dissipate. Who are you? Why have you come here?" The young lady asked timidly. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian felt rather awkward. To be honest, they did not know why they had come here. They did not even know where they were right now. We're just two passers-by. Perhaps it's because of the plaque in your ancestral hall. Let fate take its course, and that's why we've come here. Xiao Xian smiled as he looked at the young lady with kind eyes that were filled with wisdom and kindness. Let fate take its course? Then you're fated people? The young lady gradually let down her guard. The smile on her pretty face could not help but make people feel tender affection for her. Yes, fated people. Can you tell us? Boom! Just as Xiao Xian was about to finish his sentence, a violent bang in the distance interrupted his words. The sound was accompanied by a painful roar. The expression on the pretty face of the girl in the red dress suddenly changed. A deep worry appeared on her pretty face. Her mouth also hurriedly shouted in alarm, "Brother Yi!" She hurriedly shouted, "It's Big Brother!" With a cry of surprise, the young lady's eyes turned. She looked anxiously at Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian with a pleading expression. Although she did not know who the two people in front of her were, just by looking at their appearance, the young lady was certain that they were definitely strong. At least, they were definitely stronger than her brother. Although Xiao Yan did not know exactly what had happened, Xiao Yan would naturally not ignore this matter since Tianju had made a request first and they had already obtained the Gui Yuan skill and Tianju's storage ring. Don't worry. Since we're fated, we'll help you solve your brother's problem. With a smile, Xiao Yan stretched out his hand and grabbed the young lady's wrist. Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan looked at each other. Xiao Xian's figure twisted slightly, turned into a stream of light, and flashed into Xiao Yan's body. Then, Xiao Yan took the young lady and disappeared from the corridor in the blink of an eye. In front of a huge barren mountain, there were rocks everywhere. The mountain path was rugged and steep, making it difficult for ordinary people to climb. However, in front of a half-emperor expert, this was nothing. At this moment, somewhere in this barren mountain, a group of 5 people was standing in front of a huge rock. The space below was not large, and behind them was a high cliff. If they were not careful, they would be in grave danger. Among the 5 people, in addition to Xiao Yan, there was Zhu Chang, Kai and the 2 old men who were talking to each other earlier. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind as he stood in front of this enormous rock. He spread out the spiritual strength within his body and carefully probed this mountain range. A short moment later, Xiao Yan helplessly withdrew the spiritual strength that he had spread out. Even after inspecting inch by inch, Xiao Yan was still unable to find any clues. Outside of this spiritual vein, he was unable to detect any energy ripples. Looking at it from the outside, this barren mountain was no different from the other mountains. If a person were to fly over it, he or she would not be able to find any clues about this place. If Zhu Chang was not leading the way, even Xiao Yan would not believe that this place was actually a spiritual vein. It is indeed a creation of the heavens and earth. It is impossible to see anything from the outside just by relying on human strength. No wonder spirit stones are so difficult to find on the continent. This thing is not something that can be found by just relying on soul power. It also requires some luck. With a sigh in his heart, Xiao Yan watched as Zhu Chang walked to the front of the huge rock and placed his hand on it. As Dou Qi was poured in, a rumbling sound quickly sounded from the inside of the huge rock. Soon after, the huge rock slowly descended with a heavy sound. Only when half of it was buried in the ground did it slowly come to a stop. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yan's group, a tunnel that could only fit one person appeared. "Sir, this is the entrance to the spiritual vein." Zhu Chang made an inviting gesture and led the way in front. Xiao Yan followed closely behind, followed by Kai and the 2 old men. After entering the tunnel, it only took a short while for the tunnel in front of them to gradually expand. Soon after, it expanded to the point where it could fit 10 people side by side. The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately changed slightly after he entered this place. He could clearly sense the dense energy that permeated this tunnel. Training in this place would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort compared to the outside world. However, the difference was that the energy in this place might be more abundant, but at the same time, it was also more heterogeneous. Refining it required more time and effort. However, This was not a problem for Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan did not have the intention to stay here. Otherwise, his cultivation would definitely be able to increase by a large amount in a short period of time. While he was surprised by the environment here, Xiao Yan could not help but look at Kai, who was wearing a red dress behind him. Xiao Yan had been observing Kai after entering this place. Her pair of colorful eyes had originally appeared ordinary after entering this place. However, her eyes would involuntarily emit a colorful glow in this place. By relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the mixed energy within this cave was actually moving toward Kai. Or perhaps it could be said that her body was automatically absorbing the energy within this cave. The mottled energy constantly poured into the delicate body of the girl. The latter was like a black hole that specialized in absorbing energy, absorbing all the energy in the cave. As for the people around her, although they were more or less aware of it, they seemed to have long been accustomed to it. Therefore, their faces did not reveal any strange expressions. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan could clearly sense the abnormally large amount of energy hidden in the depths of Kai's body. Xiao Yan's heart froze, and he subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was especially shocked in his heart. Is this the illusory spirit pupil? It's really terrifying. Chapter 958. The illusory spirit pupil was one of the few special pupils that Xiao Yan knew of in the mainland. Before this, the one that Xiao Yan had seen was Wang Lin back then. The pair of eyes with the green flower pupils was still deeply etched in his memory. The triple jade green snake flower pupils could forcefully control any snake-type magical beast of the same level or below. The amount of control was determined by the user's cultivation base. After control, the user could gradually devour and absorb the latter's cultivation base for their own use. It could be said to be the nemesis of all snake-type magical beasts. Back then, Wang Lin stirred up the entire 9 abyss deep-ground python because of this. This time, the illusory spirit pupil that Kai possessed was another special pupil with a different effect. Just like what happened to Kai at this moment, the illusory spirit pupil could devour any energy in the world that was not controlled by humans and absorb it without any difficulty. It even skipped the process of refining it, making it exceptionally easy to cultivate. As long as one possessed the illusory spirit pupil, one's cultivation speed would be several times faster than ordinary people even if one did not deliberately cultivate it. It could be said to be a natural cultivation accelerator. Unfortunately, looking at her now, it seemed that she did not know how to use the illusory spirit pupil. According to what the 2 old men said earlier, when they were mining spiritual stones in the past, as long as Kai was present, the mining speed would be twice the result with half the effort. This was because of the illusory spirit pupil's ability to absorb energy. Of course, the reason why it was so difficult to mine now should be because of what Xiao Yan thought in his heart. Although the illusory spirit pupil was a great tool that could help with cultivation, at the same time, it also had a fatal flaw. At the same time, it was also an incomparable advantage. It could directly devour and absorb the energy of the world. This made the owner of the illusory spirit pupil an unparalleled cultivation genius in the world. At the same time, it also made it a walking spiritual stone in the eyes of many cultivators. The illusory spirit pupil could allow the owner to directly absorb the energy of the world without any difficulty. At the same time, the illusory spirit pupil could also use an extreme method to perfectly graft the owner's cultivation base onto another person. There were 2 methods of grafting. First, it would be delivered at a slow speed. Of course, although the process was slow, the power obtained would be much more than the usual cultivation. After the delivery process was completed, the effect of the illusory spirit pupil would be completely nullified, and it would no longer have any abilities. At the same time, the owner would also be permanently blinded, and their cultivation would also vanish at the same time. As for the other method, it was to change pupils. At the same time as changing pupils, in the shortest amount of time, one's own cultivation would be grafted onto another person's body, creating an expert in the shortest amount of time. As for the person who originally possessed the illusory spirit eyes, they would be crippled and their cultivation would be destroyed. In the worst-case scenario, they would not be able to keep their life and would be in a miserable state. However, it was a pity that Kai was unable to use her special pupils. If this continued, a cultivation genius like her would likely be destroyed in this tiny village. Very quickly, under Zhu Chang's lead, the group of 5 passed through the cave and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Along the way, Xiao Yan and the others saw quite a number of villagers. They were waving special tools and pouring dou qi into them as they repeatedly knocked on the walls of the cave on both sides. Occasionally, they could see spiritual stones that were exposed from within. Unfortunately, no one was able to successfully remove those spiritual stones from the walls. As they approached the deeper parts of the cave, there was a stuffy hot aura in the air. With the exception of Xiao Yan, everyone present already appeared to be dripping with perspiration. Perspiration soaked their clothes. The surrounding villagers that they met were all topless as they worked hard to extract the spiritual stones. The deeper they went, the stronger the cultivation of the villagers. Perhaps they were worried that those fellows outside would not be able to withstand the high temperature and stuffy heat. Turning his eyes, Xiao Yan randomly glanced at Kai, behind him. However, he suddenly realized that at this moment, the young lady was wearing a red dress that was drenched in perspiration, tightly wrapping around her exquisite and lovely body. Her alluring figure was also vividly displayed at this moment. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little embarrassed as he hurriedly turned his gaze away. He subconsciously rubbed his nose and swiftly followed. The closer they got to the deepest part of the cave, the higher the temperature in the air. At the same time, Xiao Yan could also feel that in the deepest part of the cave, there was an extremely vigorous aura. This kind of energy was both pure and enormous. It was simply not something that any spiritual stones could compare to. This also confirmed Xiao Yan's thoughts. Soon, the group arrived at the deepest part of the cave. At this time, the 2 old men had already stopped in the distance. The high temperature here was already unbearable for them. Zhu Chang's face was also red as he bitterly endured. Sweat constantly poured out from his body. Although he had already taken off his clothes and used his dou qi, he was still unable to completely withstand the high temperature here. As for Kai, although the young lady was holding on with her superhuman willpower, she was already tottering as if she could faint at any time. Buzz, with a wave of his big sleeve, an invisible force immediately spread out and easily separated the terrifyingly high temperature surrounding the 3 of them. Soon after, Xiao Yan raised his gaze and looked at the end of the tunnel in front of him. Although this was the deepest part of the cave, the spiritual stones that could be seen everywhere emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yan and the other 2, there was a vast expanse of soft white light. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan's gaze passed through this layer of white light and looked at the other side. There was a protruding milky white crystal. With Xiao Yan's eyesight, he could naturally see that these spiritual stones were all middle-rank spiritual stones without a doubt. In fact, Xiao Yan could even feel that in the depths of these spiritual stones, there was an even more enormous energy. This kind of energy belonged to a high-rank spiritual stone. High-rank spiritual stone. As expected, this spiritual vein really does have high-rank spiritual stones. A glint flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. There was a joy that could not be suppressed in his heart. High-rank spiritual stone. If he was able to obtain one, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his cultivation. Moreover, the strength of his 9 incarnations was currently at a standstill. If he was able to obtain the help of a high-rank spiritual stone, Xiao Yan was confident that he would be able to raise his strength to the advanced level of a 5-star dou di. In this way, it would be quite a great help to Xiao Yan. Sir, may I know if you have any ideas about this? The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The pressure on Zhu Chang and Kai's bodies was also greatly reduced. The 2 pairs of eyes landed on Xiao Yan's body. Their eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and said, "As expected, this is what I expected." Sure enough, this place is just as I expected. No wonder you guys can't mine the spirit stones here. In the depths of this spirit vein, there are high-grade spirit stones. Mobile version update website. Chapter 959. High-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Zhu Cheng and Kai could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The shock in their hearts could not be any greater. As everyone knew, there were 4 types of spirit stones: low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade spirit stones. Among these 4 types of spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones and supreme-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. This was especially true for supreme-grade spirit stones. In the past 1,000 years, there had never been any rumors about it on the continent. From this, one could imagine how precious supreme-grade spirit stones were. Of course, although high-grade spirit stones were not as valuable as supreme-grade spirit stones, they were still extremely rare in the entire Yuanwu continent. Even some super sects might not be able to take out a few of them. Generally speaking, even in spirit veins, there might not be any high-grade spirit stones. In most spirit veins, even after excavating the entire mountain, one would still not be able to obtain a single high-grade spirit stone. In fact, there might not even be a mid-grade spirit stone. Therefore, once a high-grade spirit stone appeared, various factions would definitely fight over it. The spirit veins where the high-grade spirit stones were located would inevitably become the target of all parties. Therefore, after hearing Xiao Yan's words, Zhu Cheng's heart could be said to be filled with both joy and worry. He was happy that high-grade spirit stones had appeared. This would definitely attract the attention of experts for their Zhu clan village. At that time, the Northern Desolation Hall, the faction that they belonged to, would definitely send experts over. The Zhu clan village might even be able to use this opportunity to gain the recognition of the sect. As long as someone from their village could successfully join the Northern Desolation Hall, this would undoubtedly bring peace to the village. This was a great thing for the entire village. However, what he was worried about was his sister Kai. Although he did not know why she had a pair of multicolored eyes, he could feel that his sister's eyes were definitely not the eyes of an ordinary person. If she attracted the attention of a powerhouse, he would be fine, but he was worried that his sister would be harmed. "Brother, I didn't expect there to be high-grade spirit stones here. As long as we excavate these spirit stones and hand them over to the Northern Desolation Hall, you can..." "No. We can't hand over the high-grade spirit stones here." Before Kai could finish speaking, Zhu Cheng spoke in a stern voice, interrupting her with a single sentence. The might and ruthlessness contained in his words frightened the young girl, causing her to involuntarily take 2 steps back. She timidly looked at her brother, who had never lost his temper with her before, with a pair of bright multicolored eyes already filled with mist. Kai, don't blame your brother. He's doing this for you, he's just..." At this point, Xiao Yan looked at Zhu Cheng. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Zhu Cheng's expression suddenly changed. It was as if he was afraid that Xiao Yan would reveal the truth. Once the girl knew about her special constitution, she would be even more afraid of the outside world. Your brother just doesn't want to leave you. After all, as long as you join the sect, you won't be able to enter and leave at will in the future. It's very restrictive. Your brother doesn't want to hand over the high-grade spirit stones because he's afraid that he'll be forcefully taken back by the sect's experts, so don't blame him." After Xiao Yan finished speaking, widened her pair of watery eyes and stared at Zhu Cheng with her beautiful eyes. Then, she directly threw herself into the latter's arms with a touched look on her face. While calling out for her brother, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Looking at the brother and sister in front of him, Xiao Yan's lips curled into a warm smile, while Zhu Cheng also nodded at Xiao Yan with gratitude. He lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms with a complicated expression. After wiping away the tears at the corner of the girl's eyes, the 2 of them let go of each other's arms. Then, Zhu Cheng turned his gaze to Xiao Yan and said respectfully, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you with the spirit stones here." "No problem. It just so happens that I haven't experienced high-grade spirit stones yet. Today, I'll take it as an opportunity to get to know them." Xiao Yan smiled faintly. He immediately flipped his hand and a puff sound could be heard. A fierce, dense white flame suddenly rose from his palm. A frighteningly high temperature immediately spread. The originally stuffy temperature within the cave had once again become dry and hot in an instant. The moisture that was contained in the air was incinerated into nothingness in an instant. This is a heavenly flame. Looking at the white flame rising from Xiao Yan's hand, Zhu Chang's face once again revealed a shocked expression. No wonder the person in front of him was so powerful even though he was clearly much younger than him. It turned out that he had the help of a heavenly flame. To be able to possess a heavenly flame at such a young age, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Carrying the shock in his heart, Zhu Chang pulled Kai aside and the two of them quickly retreated. In this kind of situation, their existence would not be of any help. In fact, if they continued to stay, they might even bring trouble to Xiao Yan. Therefore, leaving this place was their best choice. After walking far away, the brother and sister watched from afar as Xiao Yan raised his palm. The raging flame on his palm turned into a ball of fire, and then Xiao Yan suddenly waved his palm forward. The flame in his palm immediately shot forward, and immediately after, it fiercely bombarded the spirit stones that were connected to each other in the deepest part of the cave. Bam! A dull explosion sounded out, and the cave where the three of them were couldn't help but shake violently. The two old men and the villagers behind them in the distance were also shocked by the huge commotion, but soon after, a series of explosive booms sounded out one after another. Bang bang bang. In the depths of the cave, Xiao Yan controlled the heavenly flame and fiercely burned the spirit stones in front of him. This did not have any effect on the spirit stones, but it was able to separate the spirit stones that were originally connected together. Each spirit stone would become a hexagonal crystal of the right size. The creation of the world allowed each of these spirit stones to contain the same energy. This was truly a work of the gods. With Xiao Yan's cultivation and the heavenly flame, it was extremely easy for him to mine these spirit stones. However, he also discovered that the deeper the heavenly flame went into the mountain cave, the closer it got to the high-grade spirit stones. The degree of connection between these ordinary middle-grade spirit stones also became increasingly close. The energy between them appeared to be connected together and merged together. This was also because of the high-grade spirit stones. The high-grade spirit stones were able to absorb the energy within the surrounding spirit stones for their own use. Only through years of infusion and the polishing of time could they finally become supreme-grade spirit stones. It could be said that the formation of high-grade spirit stones was essentially the same principle as the cultivation of living beings. They both stood out from millions of others, but unfortunately, in the end, they benefited the living beings of the world. Therefore, in this world, there was no such thing as the strongest. There was always someone better than you, and no one knew if the land you stood on was just a speck of dust in the eyes of someone else. Even so, the living beings of this world had to constantly compete. After all, the only way to see this world clearly was to reach the peak of peerless power, and here, the Origin Emperor was the peak. As a middle-grade spirit stone fell, a dazzling white light bloomed in front of Xiao Yan like a flower. The high-grade spirit stone had appeared. Mobile version website AIM. Chapter 960. The white light shone like a pure white flower. It was so bright that one could not bear to look at it directly. The entire cave was illuminated by the white light. A long while later, the white light gradually dimmed and the sight in front of Xiao Yan's eyes slowly became clear. A spiritual stone, or rather, a lump of spiritual stones, appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes. Half of it was embedded in the mountain, while the other half was exposed to Xiao Yan. The reason why it was called a lump of spiritual stones was because it was not just a single high-grade spiritual stone. At this moment, what appeared before Xiao Yan was a total of 5 high-grade spiritual stones connected together. 5 high-grade spiritual stones. Even some of the high-grade sects did not have them. In other words, the 5 high-grade spiritual stones in front of Xiao Yan represented the foundation of a sect. Looking at the lump of high-grade spiritual stones, Xiao Yan's heart was stirred up and he could not calm down for a long time. This was a powerful foundation that could move a sect. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. However, the most important thing now was to break down these 5 spiritual stones. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan once again stretched out his palm. A white flame rose from his palm and gradually attached itself to the lump of spiritual stones according to his thoughts. The scorching heat radiated outwards and seeped into the gaps between each spiritual stone. Bit by bit, the spiritual stones were peeled apart. After all, they were 5 different individuals. Even if they were forcefully joined together by a powerful force, there was still a certain flaw. Xiaoyan only needed to take advantage of this opportunity to seep into the gaps between the 5 spiritual stones and use the mysterious fire to peel them off. Finally, the 5 high-grade spiritual stones would appear before Xiaoyan's eyes. The degree of connection between the 5 high-grade spirit stones far exceeded that of the middle-tier spirit stones from before. This also caused the speed at which Xiaoyan separated the 5 high-grade spirit stones to be much slower. After using a full hour, the 5 high-grade spirit stones were finally completely separated. Boom! Just as the 5 high-grade spirit stones fell to the ground, the spirit stones embedded in the walls of the cave seemed to have lost their support and fell to the ground with a loud bang. It even saved the effort of mining. In total, there were close to 1,000 spiritual stones here. This was enough for the Zhu clan to live comfortably for a year. Of course, this was under the premise that the Northern Wilderness Palace did not impose any additional taxes. Xiaoyan's eyes burned with passion as he stared at the 5 high-grade spirit stones in front of him. However, he eventually calmed down and suppressed the desire in his heart. Although the spirit stones were precious, he was not a person who would be driven by greed. He would not touch the spirit stones before getting permission. At this moment, Zhu Chang and Kai walked over from behind. Looking at the 5 spirit stones floating in front of Xiaoyan, although Kai didn't know, Zhu Chang recognized them at a glance. High-grade spirit stones. And there are 5 of them. Although Zhu Chang had lived in this small village for a long time, his knowledge was not limited. He clearly knew what 5 high-grade spirit stones meant. The Zhu clan's spirit vein produces high-grade spirit stones. Once the Northern Wilderness Palace finds out, they will definitely send experts over. When that time comes, the Zhu clan will be directly taken over by the Northern Wilderness Palace. Zhu Chang was shocked and afraid. In the end, he was still afraid that something would happen to the girl beside him. He could care less about his own life, but he had to protect Kai. It was not for anything else, but because Kai was his sister. You said that once they find out about the existence of high-grade spirit stones, it will bring you trouble. As long as they don't know about it, you will be fine. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. There was a hint of calmness in his smile. Suddenly, Zhu Chang raised his eyes and stared at Xiaoyan. His eyes were filled with determination. As long as you can help us get through this trouble, Zhu Chang will give these 5 high-grade spirit stones to you. Aren't you afraid that the villagers will find trouble with you? Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with surprise. This was indeed his plan, but the latter was too decisive. As long as I can keep Kai by my side, I'm not worried about how the people in the village will treat me. Moreover, as long as Sir doesn't tell them about this matter, I don't think they will think that there is actually a high-grade spirit stone here. Zhu Chang smiled in relief. He wasn't worried about the people in the village. After all, they were familiar with each other. They wouldn't be able to do anything to him and his sister. However, if it were the people from the Northern Desolate Palace, they wouldn't care about the so-called half-step sovereigns. Instead of facing them, it would be better to face the people in the village. In that case, I have to thank you in advance. However, I really don't have the fortune to enjoy 5 high-grade spirit stones. How about this? I will leave one for you. If nothing happens, you can use it for your own cultivation. If something happens in the future, you can use it to avoid the Northern Wilderness Palace. I just hope that they won't bully you too much. With a smile, Xiaoyan kept the 4 high-grade spirit stones in his storage ring. Without hesitation, he took out one of them and gave it to Zhu Chang. Sir, high-grade spirit stones. Just take it as my thanks to you. I am already satisfied to receive 4 high-grade spirit stones out of thin air. Moreover, I see that your talent is not bad. It's just that you don't have good cultivation resources. This is a good opportunity. You can keep this spirit stone. Xiaoyan smiled. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Kai Er, but he did not feel any antipathy toward Zhu Chang. Even though the latter had revealed a cautious expression toward him earlier, it was still understandable. He could completely understand the protective feeling an older brother had toward his younger sister that was born in their blood. In addition, I see that Kai's talent is not bad, but she doesn't cultivate. It should be because she doesn't have a suitable cultivation method, right? With a change of tone, Xiaoyan looked at Kai, who was hugging one of Zhu Chang's arms. A touch of pity appeared on his face. To be honest, Kai, who had the illusory spirit pupil, was really a natural cultivation genius. It was a pity that Xiaoyan could not take care of himself at the moment. Otherwise, he would definitely take her as his disciple. However, even if he could not take her away, if he left some things for her, it would not be impossible for him to take her in as his disciple in the future. As for now, he would just take her as his disciple. Senior, do you mean you are willing to give Kai a suitable cultivation method? Zhu Chang's face was filled with joy. He knew that Kai's physique was different from ordinary people. Therefore, in the past, he had not dared to find an ordinary cultivation method for her to cultivate. After all, the cultivation of a cultivation method was related to her life. Once she chose the wrong cultivation method, it was very likely that it would leave behind irreversible consequences in the future. Therefore, he had always been looking for a really good cultivation method for Kai, but he had not found one yet. I know, I don't intend to give Kai a suitable cultivation method. Xiaoyan chuckled and shook his head. Immediately, under Zhu Chang's puzzled gaze, he smiled at Kai and asked, Kai, are you willing to take me as your master? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 961. Acknowledge me as your master? Xiaoyan's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in the ears of the two people in front of him. Amber's delicate little face could not help but reveal a flattered expression. As for Zhu Chang, the latter felt even more disbelief in his heart. He did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually want to accept Kai as his disciple. Although Xiaoyan was young, his cultivation was already comparable to the ancestor-level figures of some ancient factions. Once he was willing to accept Kai as his disciple, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the latter's future. At the very least, it would definitely be much better than cooped up in this small mountain village. However, the only thing that Zhu Chang could not bear was that once she acknowledged him as her master, it would also mean that Kai would have to leave his side. Although he was reluctant, Zhu Chang also understood that this was ultimately for Kai's sake. After all, if Kai continued to stay in the Zhu clan's village, not only would she not be able to step into the threshold of cultivation, but she would also have to live in fear of those experts spying on her. In the long run, this was ultimately not a solution. Senior, if I acknowledge you as my master, can you not take me with you? Although Kai was not well versed in worldly affairs, she understood some of the rules of the continent. Generally speaking, when some powerful seniors accepted a disciple halfway through their journey, they would usually take the disciple along with them to prevent the latter from being lazy in cultivation. At the same time, it was also to provide the disciple with a good cultivation environment and convenient protection. However, Kai's heart was also unable to let go of her brother Zhu Chang. The two of them had relied on each other for survival since young, and neither of them could leave the other. She really could not bear to leave with Xiaoyan. Hearing Kai's words, the expression on Zhu Chang's face suddenly changed. Of course, he knew the reason why Kai said this. However, this matter was related to Kai's life and fate, and he could not allow her to do this. Once she made Xiaoyan unhappy, the matter of accepting her as a disciple would be dropped. Wouldn't this be a waste of such a good opportunity? Senior, Kai is still young and there are many things that she does not know. Her words just now, that's enough. You don't have to say any more. Before Zhu Chang finished speaking, Xiaoyan chuckled and spoke. However, these words caused Zhu Chang's heart to instantly fall to the bottom. Although Zhu Chang's laughter was still amiable, these words clearly meant that he was looking for an excuse. Did this mean that Xiaoyan did not want to accept Kai as his disciple? Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Kai's of Zhu Chang's heart and she was at a loss. Of course, her appearance, and her pitiful appearance. Of course, because of some reasons, I will only bring her trouble. If I bring her, of her, of courses, of her, of course, of the, of her, of herses. If I bring her, of the, of Zhu, s, of them. Of Zhu, of them, of. Thank you, elder. Recovering from her shock, Kai was overjoyed. She hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan. The latter looked at her with a strange expression and did not reply. Zhu Chang, on the other hand, hurriedly hinted at Kai. Only then did Kai recover from her shock and quickly change her words. Thank you, master. Thank you, elder. Xiao Yan nodded his head with satisfaction. Immediately, his tone changed as he opened his mouth once again and said, Although you are now my disciple, you are only a disciple in name. I have very high requirements for my disciples. If you want to become my disciple, you must show me enough strength. Do you understand, Kai? As soon as these words came out, Kai's expression changed slightly. She could not help but feel a little nervous. She had not even stepped through the threshold of cultivation, so how could she possess strength? In this regard, Zhu Chang's face showed a smile of admiration. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Yan, and a feeling of admiration emerged in his heart. Xiao Yan's words sounded like a kind of pressure to Kai, but in his ears, it was a kind of encouragement. As a disciple, which disciple did not want their master to be proud of them? In order to achieve this, one must put in effort. However, Xiao Yan added a point on the premise of pride, and that was to become an inner disciple. To become the pride of one's master, this path was bound to be filled with great difficulties. There would always be people who could not endure and would give up halfway. However, if one only wanted to become an inner disciple, the requirements would be much lower. This would also increase Kai's desire to work harder. Master, what kind of cultivation does one need to become your inner disciple? The girl's pretty face showed some expectation. She only hoped that Xiao Yan's requirements were not too high. Otherwise, she would still worry about whether she could achieve it. Xiao Yan pursed his mouth and smiled when he heard this. He said with a smile, Well, work hard on your cultivation. When you meet the requirements to become my inner disciple, I will come to see you again. Immediately after, without waiting for Kai to speak, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and an ancient scroll appeared in his palm. This is for you. He extended his hand and handed the scroll to Kai. After the latter expressed her thanks, Xiao Yan continued. I see that your attribute is wood, so this wood amplification art should be the most suitable for you. In addition, its previous owner was a source ancestor level expert. Xiao Yan smiled. His words were referring to He Mu. This wood amplification art was the Qi method that He Mu had practiced. It was a high-level spirit Qi method. Once mastered, it would be comparable to an intent Qi method. A wood-type Qi method that could be used by the spiritual ginseng tribe to practice was naturally one of the top wood-type Qi methods. When they heard Xiao Yan's words, not only Kai, but even Zhu Chang could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Being able to create a source ancestor level expert, just this point alone was enough to prove the strength of this Qi method. After that, Xiao Yan flipped his wrist and handed over a storage ring to Kai. There were quite a number of wood-type Do techniques within it. From the heaven type to the spirit type, there were more than 10 types altogether. In addition, there were also quite a number of spirit stones for Kai to use for training. In fact, Xiao Yan even took out one of the 4 high-level spirit stones in his hand to help Kai with her training. Quickly following this, Xiao Yan gave some instructions before leading the two of them out of the deep regions of the cave as though nothing had happened. The villagers within the cave also carried respectful gazes as they watched the few of them leave. After the 3 of them left the cave, Kai turned around and glanced at the 2 old men who had yet to come out. Only then did she curiously raise her head to look at Xiao Yan and softly asked, Teacher, this disciple still does not know your name? Xiao Yan. Mobile version update website. Chapter 962. In front of the Zhu family village. Xiao Yan looked at the people in front of him. His gaze swept over his new disciple, and he could not help but feel a little melancholy. Take good care of her. Xiao Yan stared at Zhu Chang and gave him a forward warning. Zhu Chang nodded heavily. Even if Xiao Yan did not say it, he would definitely take good care of Kai. Then, Xiao Yan's gaze fell on Kai. Girl, remember what I told you. I hope that the next time we meet, you can bring me enough surprises. The girl nodded with determination in her eyes. Whether it was for herself or to satisfy her master, she would do her best to become stronger as soon as possible. After giving a few words of advice, Xiao Yan moved and left the place under the gazes of Zhu Chang and Kai. Now, it was time for him to find the answer. He had to understand where he was now before making any plans. After leaving the territory of the Zhu family village, Xiao Yan was still in a barren land. Looking into the distance, there was a dense mountain range at the end of his line of sight. However, Xiao Yan's current goal was not to find the mountain range, but to find a human city. Only there would Xiao Yan be able to understand his current situation. Little fellow, are you really at ease leaving that girl in the village? Suddenly, Xiao Xian's voice sounded in Xiao Yan's mind. Hearing this, Xiao Yan helplessly curled his lips and said, What can I do? Then what can I do? Do I really have to bring her along? I already have enough things on my own. If I bring her along before solving those problems, it will only harm her for no reason. It's the illusory spirit pupil. I'm afraid that even those inhuman fellows from the Ghost Manor will make a move for her. What's more, they want to capture me, so I can't bring Kai along. Ghost Hall? What's that? Because he had been in a deep sleep, Xiao Xian did not know anything about the outside world. Naturally, he did not know anything about the so-called Ghost Hall. Then, Xiao Yan roughly told Xiao Xian about what had happened after he came to the Yuanwu continent. You're saying that the girl from the ancient clan was taken away by them. After Xiao Yan's general explanation, Xiao Xian had gained quite a good understanding of the Yuanwu continent. In addition, he had the spirit origin source inheritance of Tianju, so he omitted most of the irrelevant information. However, when he mentioned that Sun Er had been captured by the Ghost Hall, Xiao Xian's heart could not help but fluctuate intensely. He naturally had quite an impression of Sun Er. She was the Gu clan's genius, Gu Yuan's daughter, and Xiao Yan's wife. No matter which point it was enough to move him. Xiao Yan's emotions involuntarily became a little violent when this matter was mentioned. The aura within his body involuntarily churned. Enormous dou qi overflowed from his body and shattered the invisible space with a bang. However, in the end, Xiao Yan forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart. He also knew that now was not the time to be angry. The truth still required him to use his strength to uncover it. Before that, being angry would not solve any problems. Moreover, that group of people had clearly come for the two Shi ancient gods' jade, just like the Han clan back then. Xiao Yan believed that as long as he had the ancient jade in his hand, they would not dare to do anything to Sun Er. I also don't know why Sun Er would actually appear in their prison. Furthermore, the Ghost Palace seems to be very familiar with me. They know every single one of my methods like the back of their hand. It's as if I've always been under their surveillance. Xiao Yan sighed deeply. His emotions were complicated. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand why they were so clear about him. From the way I see it, their understanding of you should be limited to the Dou Qi continent. After all, if they were really monitoring you at all times, it is likely that you would have already fallen into their hands. Moreover, from what you have said, the speed of your growth and fighting strength in the Western region during these years is also beyond their expectations. The advantage that they originally possessed is gradually no longer present. The current you is also an unknown to them. Haha, it is often the unknown that is the most frightening. Xiao Xian laughed softly. Although he had yet to truly meet anyone from the Ghost Hall, this feeling caused him to feel a sense of déjà vu. In other words, it was a feeling of reunion after a long time. Hall of Souls. Xiao Xian's tone was a little deep. He and Xiao Yan spoke the two words in unison. It was really difficult for them to not recall the former when they had such a similar faction background. While the two of them were conversing, Xiao Yan was finally able to clearly see the mountain range in front of him. Amidst the mountains and forests, there was actually a huge city built here. Xiao Yan's heart immediately rejoiced when he saw this ancient city. It was likely that he would be able to find out his current geographical location once he entered this place. Very quickly, Xiao Yan arrived in front of this city. His body slowly descended and landed at the entrance of the city. At this moment, there was a large number of people entering and exiting the city. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He followed the flow of people and swiftly entered the city after paying a low-grade spirit stone as the entrance fee. As soon as he passed through the entrance of the city, Xiao Yan could see with a single glance that in the depths of the city, there was a huge ancient castle at the other end. It stood in the city like an imperial city. Everyone who saw the ancient castle could not help but cast a respectful gaze at it. Of course, there was no lack of fear among them. However, in comparison, those people's gazes were much more obscure. Xiao Yan only glanced at it curiously. He did not pay too much attention to it and walked straight into the city. At the same time, his ears carefully listened to the conversations of the people coming and going. Very quickly, Xiao Yan obtained the most important information about himself. Northern region? This is actually the northern region. Xiao Yan was shocked. He had never imagined that esteemed Tianju's teleportation array would actually be a teleportation array from a province. It had directly teleported him and Xiao Xian to the northern region. Although he was shocked, Xiao Yan quickly calmed down. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Moreover, the northern region was one of his destinations. He still clearly remembered that Guyu had once told him that Hai Machin, the original body of the Sea Heart Flame, was in the northern region. Moreover, the latter had established Beihai College in the northern region. This time, Xiao Yan immediately found his next target. Hai Machin. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, just as Xiao Yan was deep in thought, a couple of human figures suddenly attacked. The figures that were originally about to rush over Xiao Yan's head suddenly paused in the next moment. Soon after, they moved their own bodies and surrounded Xiao Yan on both sides of the street. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 963. The scene that had suddenly appeared on the street immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of passers-by. Numerous gazes carried shock and pity as they looked at the black-robed, young man who was currently surrounded by the 5 people. At the same time, a middle-aged man among the 5 people also looked at the black-robed man in front of him with a ferocious gaze. His face was ferocious as he spoke with hatred. "Brat, you did not expect that we would meet again so soon, did you?" This middle-aged man who had shouted was one of the 9-star bandits who had been forced back by Xiao Yan's words earlier. However, compared to earlier, the frightened expression on his face was no longer present when he faced Xiao Yan. Instead, there was a cold smile. Wei Rant's fearless manner appeared to possess some courage. This was all thanks to the other 4 old men surrounding Xiao Yan at this moment. These 4 old men were surprisingly all elite Daoist. The strongest among the 4 Daoist had already reached the level of a 4-star Daoist, while the weakest was an advanced 1-star Daoist. This kind of lineup could be considered extremely powerful. If it was placed in some second-tier faction, for elite Daoist could be considered the core strength of the faction. However, in this place, there were 4 elite Daoist in this city. Just this point alone was enough to explain the prosperity of this northern region. A place where the strong gathered would definitely be a prosperous place. This principle was applicable no matter where one was. Xiao Yan slowly recovered in the face of the cry of the middle-aged man. He raised his eyes and looked at the few people around him with a strange expression. It was as though he had not noticed the appearance of these 5 people. The expression of the middle-aged man immediately turned green when he sensed this. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Xiao Yan. However, he was ignored by the latter. "The few of you, I don't seem to have met all of you before. May I know what the meaning of this is?" Xiao Yan ignored the middle-aged man and threw his gaze toward the 4-star Daoist among the 4. His voice was calm as he asked, "Brat, you killed Pang Lu earlier. Now you actually want to act." Bang! The old man did not open his mouth, but the middle-aged man's face was filled with fury as he roared at Xiao Yan. However, before the words from his mouth sounded, Xiao Yan randomly raised his hand. The middle-aged man's body immediately flew back uncontrollably. He appeared just like a broken sack as he heavily smashed onto the end of the street. Noises. Xiao Yan spoke in an indifferent manner. Soon after, his eyes rotated and the expression in his dark black eyes suddenly became indifferent. Both of his eyes stared at an old man in a brocade robe in front of him. His voice sank as he said, "What are you talking about?" "Do-do-di, old man." "Do-di." Of a person. The old man's expression immediately became somewhat ugly when he saw that Xiao Yan had actually sent the middle-aged man flying with one strike in front of him. The gaze he used to stare at Xiao Yan had also become increasingly cold. Of him, Xiao Yan's eyes were still indifferent. His expression did not change because of the old man's tone. The old man's face immediately became gloomy when he saw that Xiao Yan was indifferent. He, a 4-star Do-di, was actually ignored by a little brat. Moreover, it was in public. How could he endure this? The old man let out a cold snort. His body shook and the Do-chi in his body began to circulate within his veins. It is really the case that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. You are so powerful and overbearing just because you have some cultivation. Brat, the old me does not care who you are today. You have killed an outer court deacon of my northern wasteland hall. Now you have injured the strong people of my hall. You must pay the price for what you have done today. With an explosive cry, the old man's body immediately charged forward. He waved his large sleeve and surging Do-chi immediately spluttered out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a long halberd. He waved both of his arms and pierced it toward Xiao Yan's body. At the same time, the other 3 old men also released the Do-chi in their bodies and charged toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan clenched his hand in the air when he saw the 4 people step forward. A completely black-colored heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in his hand. He flipped his hand and turned it around. First, he lifted the long halberd that was piercing toward him from bottom to top. Soon after, he swept the huge ruler horizontally and forced back the 3 old men who had entered his attack range. The 4 of them retreated several feet. When they stabilized their bodies, they once again stepped into the air. Powerful Do-chi spluttered out from the soles of their feet. Their bodies borrowed the force and once again charged toward Xiao Yan. Powerful Do skills swiftly agglomerated in the hands of the 4 elite Do-di. A ferocious aura immediately spread. From the looks of it, if an ordinary elite Do-di were to face such a situation, it was likely that he would end up seriously injured even if he did not die. In this regard, Xiao Yan's face revealed a stern expression. If it was not because of Kai Air, perhaps he would have forced the issue and settled the matter peacefully. However, if he did not want these fellows' attention to be overly focused on the Zhu clan, he could only step forward himself and divert their attention. This time around, if he had not been discovered by these fellows, it was likely that these few people would have already appeared in the Zhu clan. Then Kai Air would be in danger. The people from the Zhu clan did not know about Kai Air's illusionary spirit pupils. However, this did not mean that the dead man would not be able to recognize it. Once Kai Air was recognized, it was likely that she would face unavoidable trouble. This was something that Xiao Yan was most unwilling to see. Holding the huge ruler in his hand, Xiao Yan's eyes were sharp as he watched the 4 people charging toward him once again. The Do-chi in his body slowly circulated. The hand that held the huge ruler also increased its strength. Bang! In the next moment, Xiao Yan, who was standing on the ground, suddenly disappeared. The ground under his feet was instantly shattered into fine powder by a huge force. Almost at the same time, the thick and heavy Xian heavy ruler ruthlessly smashed into the body of one of the 4 people. Poochie! Fresh blood splattered. The body of the old man could not help but fly backwards. The embroidered robe in front of his chest was shattered by the huge force. The huge ruler directly left an inch-deep mark on his chest. Xiao Yan's body did not hesitate even a little after finishing off this old man with one strike. His body flashed, and he was just like a ghost as he left behind a solidified afterimage. By the time the afterimage scattered, the ground of the street was in ruins. The 2 sides of the street were already empty. Two deep gullies covered the entire street. The crowd was silent. When one looked at the battleground again, it was only the 4-star Daoist who was still standing in the blink of an eye. A mere 1-star Daoist. It is fine if I kill him. Forget about that Pang Lu. No one can even stop me if I want to kill you. The old man was caught off guard and was easily grabbed by the throat by Xiao Yan from the front. Xiao Yan raised his arm slightly and lifted the old man up. The words from his mouth caused the old man's heart to be extremely frightened. His originally frightened face had become completely pale at this moment. "Manager, save me." Sensing the cold, killing intent that seeped out from Xiao Yan's eyes, the old man's heart was immediately shocked. Only then did he understand that the strength of the person in front of him actually far surpassed him. No wonder he was so fearless earlier. When the hoarse roar was emitted from the old man's mouth, Xiao Yan merely laughed coldly. His body turned and looked at the deepest part of the street. At this moment, there was a powerful aura spreading out from the ancient castle. A human figure immediately charged out. His target was Xiao Yan. "This mister, the matter earlier might have been a misunderstanding. May I know if you can stop and let us sit down and have a chat?" The cry was transmitted over. At the same time, a powerful aura that belonged to a 7-star peak advanced Daoist charged toward Xiao Yan. "Do you want me to release him?" Xiao Yan laughed coldly. Immediately, the hand that he used to grab the old man loosened. At the same time, the old man's body fell from the midair uncontrollably. Soon after, however, the 7-star Daoist's heart had just sighed in relief. Bang! Xiao Yan's right leg was suddenly raised. A whip leg heavily smashed into the old man's chest. Chapter 964. The sudden change in the arena caused the expression of the 7-star Daoist to change. His lightning-like body had no choice but to slow down. He waved his sleeve and an invisible strength swept out, stopping the old man's flying body. At this moment, the latter was already seriously injured. Xiao Yan's attack had not only broken the ribs in front of his chest, but it had also shaken and injured the chi paths within his body. It was likely that he would not be able to recover within the next 1 to 2 months. "Brat, I am trying to persuade you nicely, yet you actually want to attack." The expression of the 7-star Daoist immediately became gloomy after carefully inspecting the injuries within the old man's body. A pair of shady old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. There was a deep fury surging within his eyes. "Persuade me nicely? You are merely afraid that I will take his life at any moment after seeing that he is in my hands. That is why you are holding back." The face of the 7-star Daoist alternated between green and white after being exposed by Xiao Yan. "No matter what, you have repeatedly injured the people of my northern wasteland hall today. You should at least give me an explanation." Although he wished that he could attack and capture the person in front of him, the 7-star Daoist was not a stupid person. From Xiao Yan's attack earlier, he could sense that the latter's strength was likely not inferior to his own. It was the first time that he had seen such a young 7-star Daoist. This caused him to feel even more afraid of the latter. "Explanation? I can't bear to see your overbearing manner. Does that count?" Xiao Yan sneered as he mocked. "Brat, since when did a brat like you have the right to meddle in the affairs of the North Wilderness Palace? If you can bring out a powerful background that can make the North Wilderness Palace wary of you, I'll take it lying down. There is no need to probe. Relax, I am alone and do not have any faction backing me. Therefore, you need not worry. If you wish to attack, feel free to do so." Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled. His pitch-black eyes stared at the former, as if he had already seen through the latter's thoughts. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when the surrounding passers-by watching the battle immediately erupted into laughter. The corner of that 7-star Daoist's mouth involuntarily twitched in the face of this ridiculing laughter. A killing intent surged within his eyes. "Arrogant brat. Let me see just how capable you are." High up in the sky, a figure flashed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Xiao Yan. He raised his right leg and twisted his body in midair. His right leg carried a fierce gust of wind as it directly tore through the void and fiercely swung down at Xiao Yan's head. A powerful force arrived in an instant, as if it wanted to take a person's life with a single blow. It was incomparably overbearing and ruthless. The sudden appearance of this scene also caused the surrounding crowd to emit an exclamation. Even some of the elite Daoist's faces also revealed a deep solemnness. Although the old man appeared to be very old, he was after all a 7-star Daoist. His strength was shocking. Once he attacked, his aura could be said to be world-shocking. Xiaoyan's expression was as calm as usual in the face of this extremely fierce and sudden attack from the old man. Even his eyelids did not twitch. He rotated his right hand and waved his large sleeve. Immediately, he swung it forward gently. His actions were gentle and calm. However, in the blink of an eye, the attacks of the two collided heavily together. Immediately, a low and deep explosion sounded. Turbulent energy ripples immediately swept in all directions from the point of collision. The powerful force instantly destroyed the shops on both sides. Everything within the shops was also turned into ashes. The hands and feet separated upon contact. Xiaoyan's body did not move even a little as he stood in the same spot. Even the black robe that he was wearing did not flutter even a little. On the other hand, that 7-star Daoist staggered back over 10 steps before his body came to a miserable stop. In just a short exchange of blows, the difference in strength between the two was fully displayed. The old man's shady old eyes were suddenly lifted the instant his body came to a stop. His shocked gaze stared intently at Xiaoyan. His heart was filled with shock. 8-star Daoist. At this moment, everyone present was staring at the news with shocked eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief. There were naturally quite a number of 8-star Daoist in this vast northern region. However, there were very few who were as young as Xiaoyan in front of them. Moreover, in their impression, they had never seen such a person in any faction. At this moment, the person who was the most shocked was naturally the 7-star Daoist who had exchanged blows with Xiaoyan a moment ago. He had originally thought that even if Xiaoyan's cultivation was not weak, there would at most be a gap between them. However, the latter's strength was actually much stronger than he had imagined. 8-star Daoist. With such a cultivation, his position was not low even in the northern wasteland hall. However, the young man in front of him was actually an 8 immortal Daoist. This was really hard to imagine. After this matter, I must report the cultivation and characteristics of this person in front of me to my superiors. The old man secretly thought in his heart. When he looked at Xiaoyan, his gaze involuntarily lowered. Perhaps this was the deterrence that came with the strong. As long as one displayed their strength, even the toughest bones would soften. Do you still have any questions about me? Sensing the change in the old man's gaze, Xiaoyan coldly smiled in his heart. He had seen too many people with such gazes. They always liked to judge people by their appearance. When a real blow came, they did not dare to believe it. Only by being suppressed time and time again could they be completely awakened. Cough cough. Mister, I admit that what happened today was indeed our fault. A person with such a bad temperament should not exist in our northern wasteland hall. Mister's actions have helped us remove a malignant tumor. I have offended you by attacking just now. I hope that you can be magnanimous enough to forgive me. The old man cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan with an embarrassed face. At the same time that he bowed, his old face had turned purple. Even he did not dare to believe the words that he had said. However, in order to avoid the trouble in front of him, he had no choice but to admit defeat. As for the matter of settling the debt in the future, as long as he found out the identity of this black-robed, young man in front of him, he would settle the new and old debts together. Xiaoyan was naturally too lazy to bother with the thoughts of this old man. If it was possible, he would definitely not be willing to offend the local tyrant of this place. The reason why he had repeatedly attacked them was because he hoped to shift their attention away from the matter of the Zhu clan village. As for himself, Xiaoyan would not be afraid as long as the one who came was not an origin transformation expert.